trouble with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
When things look bad, and it looks like you're not going to make it, then you got to get mean. I mean plumb mad dog mean. Because if you lose your head and you give up, then you neither live nor win. That's just the way it is.
Your assignment tonight is strategic. You can't give the enemy a break. Send them to hell.
Good evening and welcome to VP4TV. Tonight we bring you commentary from 9ball.com. It's Friday night 9ball, with 9ball. This is one of the longest running regular and best supported weekly tournament in all of the virtual pool series. We will be covering a select few matches tonight. Please subscribe to join in the chat.
Right, I finally found the right button. Welcome to VP4TV. We are back for some more Friday night 9ball. We've got a full field again this week, and we've already established what our first match is going to be. It's going to be the match between Semi-Pro and Chimpy. From top to bottom, we've got Larry against Brainfill Out, Mr. Fox against JSDev, Stefan and Bankster, LS3 and Christian, Keezer and John Boo, the match with Chimpy and Semi-Pro, Sergaresh and Mooncake, and DJ Redo and Spectre Dawn. The other thing to show, if I can remember what the button is again, just hang on a minute. I've already pressed that one, I think. Wait a minute, I've totally forgotten what the buttons are. I'll try that one again. I think that's the one I've already. No, that's no use. Try that one. No, it's not that one either. And it's not that one.
Good night, ladies.
And it's not that one. I've totally forgotten what the bloody button is. I might have to actually go and look at the main page. What the hell button did I put that to? My memory's gone. It's not that one. Welcome to Mark, welcome to LS3. I've got Friday night 9ball in this and I've totally forgotten where it is. It's not
Here
that
is a
one.
Suggestion I have had for a long.
Right, it's that one. Now I've got my on-screen chat on my main monitor sorted out, and I can even type in it as well. Watch this. There you go. And I've also got YouTube and Twitch all coming up on my main screen now, which you can't do with XSplit Broadcaster, and that's what I'm using, but you can do it if you're in desktop mode in VP4. And the one thing I forgot I had was the Restream app, which is the chat app. It's a standalone chat app, and it lets me see exactly what you guys are seeing on the main screen as you're watching the live broadcast. The one thing I was trying to find, and I'm going to keep bashing buttons until I find it, until I remind myself where the hell it is. I think it's that one.
Welcome to VP4TV,
That's the one.
a Tactical Genius production. Here is a list of upcoming matches in the 2023 Virtual 9ball World Championships. I try to stream what I think will be the best matches to watch and offer a good standard of play. Please subscribe to my YouTube and Twitch channels so you can join in the stream chat.
Well, talking of good standard of play, I streamed the match between Pool Kabouter and Brainfill out last night, and that wasn't. That was 2 hours and 20 minutes of torture watching those guys struggling. We've had a couple other matches added to the schedule. I've already got my main screen set for the match I was intending to go live with, and that's the one between Bill and Chimpy, which is tomorrow at 7 p.m. And then we have Albinario against Billy Bigrigger, which has appeared, and that is at 10. Oh, wait a minute till I get out my chair to read that. That's at 10:30 tomorrow night. So I'll be doing that one as well, and that's of course the one lost side match. We've also got Snake Eyes versus Rosin, which is on Monday at 5 p.m, the one lost side match. And Bankster and Semi Pro is Monday at 6:30 p.m, this Monday coming. And then LS3 against Nick on Wednesday at 7 p.m. All these times, of course, are GMT. And then finally, there's Cobra Inspector Dawn, which has already been in there, and it's up for next Saturday. So that's the ones we're going for. And Slim, you are too late. Welcome to Slim, welcome to Cobra, Mark, anybody else I missed, Travelling TT. We should be good to go. We're about a minute away from it. Now let me see if we can find the Friday Night 9-ball one again. Is it that one? Yes, it is. So, as I say, the first match that we have in the bracket will be the match between Chimpy and Semi Pro. It should be worth watching. I think there was. I think Snake Eyes must have played during the night as well. That's him. He was playing somebody at 2:30 this morning, or something like. I can't remember. Or somebody was playing somebody at 2:30 in the morning. But I went straight to bed last night after that other match. So this tournament should be going up any second. All the match rooms should be appearing because we've gone beyond the top of the hour. Oh, Spud Boy, that was the one. Yeah, you're right enough. Oh, welcome to Semi Pro. We're definitely we're over a minute past now, or just about it. It's 47 seconds after the hour, coming up to a minute past the hour. Still not up. Yep, it's 19:01 and 17 seconds, and I know my clock's right, my wristwatch is right. It's right on the money as far as the time goes. There we go, they're up at last. So, here we go, we'll head in and get ready. So Semi-Pro's in, Chimpy's in, and Chimpy's on the right hand side. Now I've got a question to ask Steve the next time I see him. Oh, look at that queue stuck on the screen. That's weird. Not the first time that's happened though. So Chimpy wins the lag, and there is a Moneyball handicap, and Semi-Pro is getting the last two. That actually doesn't make any real difference at all. Yeah, my question to Steve will be, I mean, because I've got the chat now overlaid on my main monitor, I can only do that when VP4 is in desktop mode. But the annoying thing about that is, unlike a lot of modern games, if you get a lot of modern games, anything that's out now, a lot of them in their graphic settings, they allow you to not only to choose all the different resolutions depending on your monitor, but also it allows you to have a windowed mode as well for a game. But you can also have the other option, which is a windowed mode full screen. And VP4 doesn't do that, so I want to ask Steve why. And because I've got the annoying bar at the top of the screen, and there's no reason, I don't think, why VP4 shouldn't have desktop mode full screen. Just because it's just a bit annoying having that up there. Anyway, that'll annoy him the next time I see him. Meanwhile, Chimpy off and running, and he's going to have to play the combo on the 6-8. Shouldn't be any issue though. As long as he leaves that angle in the 5, he'll be able to just get up the table in a decent enough line, and that's perfect. And what I can also see is, or I should be able to, and I can't really see that. Yeah, I can see that we've got, I presume this is the combined amount. We've got 11 viewers watching at the moment. It tells me that in the bottom of the chat. So there certainly wasn't 11 people saying hello in the chat, so good evening to everybody. So I can see the chat count as well now. I'm not so convinced about that shot though. So Semi-Pro is just going to walk in and pick up the scraps. Now, of course, that's after Chimpy having won the lag, done most of the hard work, and he ends up losing that first rack. And I think Semi's come up dry though. He's come up dry, and let's have a look. I don't think he can get to that one ball. He can certainly cut it, but he can't get it to play it up top. Well, once again, there's a slight problem. The slight problem will be the 7 ball. And looking at where the 6 ball is, you know, Semi-Pro's got an immediate choice to make here. He can get onto that 6 ball where he'll leave the bank on the 7 ball, or he can try and draw or run up table over to the left side and play the 7 down into this bottom left hand corner. So he has to make that decision, and that will depend on how he finishes on the 6. And that's no good. He's the wrong side. So he's trying to check it back into line to play the combo, and that's a good shot. I mean, I don't think it could be much better than that. But he's hung the 9, so Chimpy can pinch one back here and return the favour. So 1 rack apiece. Chimpy's, I think, sticking with what he probably started with here with this break. And the 7 wasn't going in, but it got bumped in by the 5. And, well, it looks very tight that you can see this one. And he can, and he might even be able to feather it and just cut that in. I think he can just see enough of it. Now he needs a bit of luck, and he might have got it if the 2 ball slows down. Yep, he can cheat the pocket. Just needs to miss the 9 and he'll be able to cheat it off the rail. But he's still got to watch the cue ball for that 3. And that's fine. Now, he could go just, well, he was straight enough just to go forward. I was going to say he could just run around the corner and come out behind the 4, but that'll work. 6 ball goes past the 9, so stating the obvious again, there shouldn't be a problem. And we certainly weren't getting any of that in that match last night. Those poor guys. You know, they're both around, what, like 2,000 odd? Just over 2,000 each, their ratings, and it really showed. So, Chimpy back into the lead, trying to get that advantage. Welcome to Spectre. That's handy having this on the screen. I don't need to turn my head. It's brilliant. I don't know why I didn't think of that a long while ago. Plus, I can also see an awful lot more of the chat on screen before it disappears than what you guys can see. I can see it going back right to the start of the stream. So Chimpy running away for cover, and that's good enough safety. Now, always a chance this can get kicked in though, this 1 ball. And that's a good effort from Semi-Pro there. Now, what about the 2? Let's have a look. The 2 goes. It just goes past the 5. And the 4 ball. Quick look at that. You've got to get good on this 4. Well, that's certainly come out and given him the angle, but he would have liked it a bit shallower than this. So he's playing it long. Now, can he use the point to come out into the table and get on the 5? And that's the problem with it. So, had he got to the top side of that 4, he wouldn't have had that issue. And that all came about, remember, where he had the cue ball over here trying to pot that too. You know, he needed to be sort of a shallower line like that, so he could probably pot it and push through and go up this side of the 4. So it's all about getting that line on the shot that gets you to the next one. It's never always just about seeing the next ball, it's about getting good in the next ball. What, you know, it's just a simple secret to running tables. So we're all square again. And Semi-Pro might need to change up his break, because I think he's dry again. He certainly is. Well, this cue ball could bump the 9. and it'll be really tough on the 2. But he might even catch some of the 8. It's hard to say, but it's certainly heading that direction. Tough enough the cut in the 1, so he's digging in to play the bank, and that line needs to miss the pocket. Just caught the point. Semi-pro. Again, this table is fine for running out. There's no issues. Should get the job done. Although the angle in the 1, I think, might be the thing that's just... he's able to hold. That's fine. So he's looking good here to go back into the lead. Well, I would say looking good. Unless he's running up for the line to get the 5-9 combo, he can stun up the short side. And that's pretty good. That will do it. Well, again, he could have done with coming down another foot on this 6 ball. See, the higher angle just means you've got to get that wee bit better control. Got the spin working to get it in decent enough line on the 8. So this will give him the lead, because remember, he gets the last 2. Well, there you go. Semi-pros had 3 breaks and they've all been dry. And now this is all about touch. If Chimpy's trying to just bump the 4 and stay behind it. Doesn't look as if he's doing that though. Don't think he's quite made his mind up yet. He could have a go at the bank, but you've got to make the bank angle, because it's not sitting perfect for a bank. You've just got to pick that imaginary line to the short rail up top, somewhere to the right of that diamond, maybe almost halfway. Now it has to get to the rail though, and that's why it's touchy. So again, you know, semi-pro won't be worried about his brakeman dry as long as he gets these opportunities. And the problem ball is the 6. Let's have a quick look at that. Well, I mean, the 6, I think, let's have a look. I think that's touch and go, whether you can get enough of that 6 so that you don't just bump it into the rail there. And that's took the risk in getting a little breakout, and he's still on the 3. So everything looks good now. Well, if he runs out, he's going to have a 4th break and still looking for his first ball. Good afternoon and good evening to Bill. We've now got 14 people watching the stream. Well, this is maybe a bit straight. Managed to just squeeze the angle out with a big stunt. Oh, mind you, he didn't need it again. I've forgotten already. He got last two. So here we go, break number 4. Looking for a ball. Hasn't had one yet, as far as I know. And there we go again. Same again. Absolutely not a sniff of a ball going in. And this is taking a pattern these last few racks here, because Chimpy's come in from the dry break, can't find his way out, and straight away he scratches, and here we go again. This is a strange pattern that this match has taken. Whole sequence of dry breaks from semi-pro, and each time he's been dry, he's ended up pinching the rack anyway. The Chimpy can't get it done. Probably just come back for this 6 up the table. And, well, now he's a bit straightish, so he's got to now decide whether he's trying to just roll through for the 7 past 8 to the left pocket. That looks as if what he's doing. Got the pace right. Oh dear. Semi-pro has taken his eye off that one. Hasn't left it easy for Chimpy, but you would think that if Chimpy's going to get himself back in this needs to go, as do the other two. And that's fair enough. He should be out. Oh, no, he doesn't want to do this. He does not want to do this. You've got to get it around the angles at a tighter angle so that you're going wide of the 9 ball. And now he's having to dig out a bank. And that'll do it. That's excellent. It's held the line. Played it at a nice pace. And he'll be relieved that he's only trailing by 1. And Chimpy, no problem getting a ball. And he's got a shot. Well, this is a real deft touch of a shot, this 1 ball. Just drop it in and just try and hold the cue ball there. It looks as if, this cue ball could end up pretty close to the 2. Yeah, that's again the problem. Well, I think he can, he can't, I think he can cut that in, but of course then the cue ball's running all over the place, and the 4 ball is, well, at that angle it's way too tight past the 7. I think he'd be better ducking here. Well, he took it on, but 7 ball was always going to be getting in the way at that angle. Very difficult to judge it. The other thing is the 6 and 5 are now pretty much locked up, although the bank's on the 5 ball if you can get there. Now, what's Semi-Pro doing? Is he maybe trying to bank the 4 onto the 6 and 5? No. And he hasn't got cover. I think that got a little double kiss there. I think that 4 ball just grazed the cue ball as it came back off the rail. And this time, Semi-Pro takes the opportunity to nail Chimpy. Easy enough kick though. And of course, the way he's playing this, he's not going to be bumping the 5 and 6, so it's not going to leave the 5 easy for semi-pro if he has a shot in this 4. Well, there's definitely no way the 4 is going past the 7 from there. Trying to duck behind. Oh no, I thought he was going to try and duck behind the 7 with the cue ball. Well, that now changes it altogether, because now the 6 has been bumped. And Chimpy's got to go for the cross bank here on this 4 ball. That's what he's got to do. All or nothing with this shot. And that's better. He's got the cue ball back in a much better line. Not a problem getting the 6, just need a bit of right English and go forward. Hit it with the pace to go forward so that it checks up and just comes back into the kitchen. Well, he's got to make the most of this, and this 7 ball, it's a wee bit fiddly. He's got to really, if he's going for the gap is there. Now he's got a choice. He's either going to leave himself short, in which case he's going to have a finish cut in the 7 and then might bump the 8 somewhere. But if he's brave enough and trusts his control, then he'll drop that 6 in and just drop into the gap, and he shouldn't then have a problem. Well, there's a result come through. DJ Redo obviously hasn't shown up. Spectaton has won by forfeit. Well, he can't have. That's 20 odd minutes into the game, so he's obviously quit before the match was over or something, and he's left it short in the 7. And he'll certainly, he won't be hitting the 8, but I think he's got to maybe come back and just let the cue ball run. Well, it's not bad, but then again, it's not great either. These are still testy, no matter what Steve thinks. And now it needs to bounce. Well, this should be, I say should be, all square. Well, this semi-pro going to pay the price for all these dry breaks. Rack number 9. Well, I think both players are sticking with the right-hand side. And Chimpy's at it now. He's come up dry. But semi-pro now can pot the 1. And is he going to take a risk here with this 7 and 6 and hope he gets on the 2? Might not be a wise choice, because the 3 looks a better shot to do that. Well, he's got on the 2, but the 3 ball would have been a better ball to bump into the 5 and 6, because if you did that from this end of the table, the bottom end, and potted the 3 and ran into them, you'd still be in the 4. But it's worked out for him, but it could have gone a bit pear-shaped. And there's another, well, the first genuine result. Keezer has gone through against John Boo by 7 racks to 4. And semi-pro looks like he's going to defend his lead here, get it back to 1 in front. This again looks like it could go all the way, this match. But semi-pro yet to have a ball on his break. This will be his 5th break coming up. Oh, sticking with it. No change. And finally, he gets a ball in the break. 3 balls going in. Well, he's not potting the 1, I know that for certain. Unless you really blast the 1 and skims it. That looks too far past the pocket at that angle to try and cut that in. And it's way too tight past the 6 up into the corner. So he's playing the push out. Now I wonder what Chimpy's going to do here. Because he obviously can't push the 1 past the 6. I wonder whether he'll give it back. I think I'd be inclined to give this back. And he has done. Let Semi-Pro deal with it. I presume I haven't seen any complaints about the quality of the stream, although Steve was having problems the other day with his crappy connection. Well, Chimpy, again, I think he should have Semi-Pro in trouble here. Can you not just bank that 1 ball and stick the cue ball there? Wee bit of right to try and hold it, and that's not bad. Hasn't got it really tight. Really tight to the 6 ball creates a whole big headache for Semi-Pro, because he can, he can get to the rail here and hit it. He can get it to the rail there and hit it. And you can do that and go in off the 7 and
Let's watch
get himself right out of trouble. Big pocket though. Now, here's a question to ask you guys that are watching. Because you'll probably have an idea who I'm talking about. Remember the guy who was in VP4 and he was constantly getting kicked? I think, can't remember what mod it was, but the guy was constantly getting kicked because he was annoying people in rooms and stuff like that. What was his name? What was his handle? Because that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's him back in VP4 under another profile. What's his name again? You'll know who I'm talking about. You'll have seen the name. The recent one that I'm talking about. Plus, you probably remember his other name. It looks very like him that he's back under another profile. Aye, Snakes. Yeah, and this other guy, what's his name? I can't remember what the name is now. Mr. Fox has beaten Jesdev 7-3. Larry has beaten Brainful Out 7-2. Is it Flower something or something? What was his name? Anyway, there's a guy with a new name and he's annoying. He's come in 2 or 3 times and just sent me PMs. I just block him straight away. And plus he's been muted the last couple of times I see him as well. So obviously he's at the... no, it's not Sandrog, no. I'll point him out to you if I see him in the chat. A quick look and see if I can see the name tonight. It probably isn't there. No, he's definitely not there. And the name escapes me, but I'll see him at some point. Meanwhile, this match is over. Semi-Pro, who's, well, let's just say for his sake that it will get better as far as the break goes. Because if he had his break working, the match may well have been over a lot sooner. So 7 racks to 4. We've had those results come through. And we'll have a quick look. And we'll do the update on this thing here. For that. Oh, hang on, and my chat thing's in the way a wee bit. That's what it is. I'll sort that in a second. That's better. Get it to work. Right. Just move my chat back across. Right, so we have Larry playing Mr. Fox now, and we've got Spectre Dawn in round 2 waiting on the winner of Serganesh and Mooncake, so we'll dive straight into this round 2 match. I'll just move my chat again, hang on. Right, that's us. Aye, that one. Is it Fruit Shop, Mark? That's the name. I thought it was Fruit something. That's him. That's definitely got to be Snakes. If it isn't, it's his twin brother, because he's the same sort of nutcase. Of course, he might obviously have behavioural problems. That we don't know, but whatever it is, it's just annoying. Anyway, LS3 has gone through against Christian by 7 racks to 3. Larry's up 1-0. Mr. Fox starts off with a bank in the 1 from the dry break, plus he's got not a dead set 2-9 combo, but as long as he takes his time and sets the line and the pace pretty much dead weight, the 9's going to go in. And that's a quick way to resolve the deficit. You know, this is another one to Snake's collection as far as I'm concerned, because he's just like the spitting image in terms of how he goes on in the chat and PMing people, annoying them. That's the great thing about these annoying people. It doesn't matter what profile they have and what name they have. They keep doing the same bloody thing, so you're always going to spot them. Because Snakes used to do exactly the same thing. And then I don't know whether you remember, but a while back I said I've been getting friend requests from strange names. I think he's been going through his whole list of bloody profiles, and then he sends you a friend request. Needless to say, they all get binned. He was doing that most of the time when he had been barred for like 2 days or whatever it was. Well, very thin cut in the 2, but I mean this is a good safety on this 2 ball if he wants to duck behind the 8 or the 4 ball, whatever ball it is up top. But Larry's going all out here. And maybe he'd have been better to duck. It was an easy safety Larry had, but he went all out, but he couldn't follow it through. Oh dear, what's happened? Oh, he's okay. I thought that 5 ball was rolling right into line there. But this This table needs to be taken care of. Well, this is, I mean, this line, it's still a slightly testy angle just to be sure 100% of the line and go for it, because these can easily go to the jaws. Because if you don't quite get the line at that distance, then the angle opens up wider and you miss it even further. He's gone for the bank. Probably the wise move. He had a decent enough line for that. And now he's looking good. And of course, for any of you guys that's been following the streams the last few days, you'll know that Mr. Fox has Stubb in his sights on that one loss side. And I think time is rapidly running out for that match to go between Mr. Fox and Hazard. Is he lined up to play Hazard next? I think he is. Or is he still to play his match before that? I'm totally forgetting. But anyway, I think the deadline is rapidly approaching. You know, give or take like a day or something for that match to get done, and then the winner will play Stubb in the next round. Now, Stubb was 8-5 down against Rabi while I was streaming the other match the other night there, and at 8-5 down, suddenly Stubb realised that his neck was on the line and had to start maybe playing a bit more sensible. And not having seen any of the match really, he then won all the remaining racks to win at 13-8. So it was a good recovery for Stubb, but that's when he had to. And you know that if he ends up against Mr. Fox, that should be a sterner test. Meanwhile, Mr. Fox with a 2-1 lead. Larry, well, he's going to have to make this bank, I think. No, he didn't play the bank, he's just ducking. He's ducking, but it's no good. And again, the only saving grace here is the 3-ball doesn't go. So it's going to have to be the combo, and I don't think that he could have landed any better for this. This is exactly what you want. And it's got to be dead weight, because he doesn't want that 3-ball to leak up the table along the long rail. Well, he took a big risk there. Now he just has to be careful how he comes off this 4-ball, because clearly when he's potting the 3, he's going to take some of the 4. But if he just dinks it in and brushes the 4, he's only going to brush it to the short rail and still have the pot. Yeah. Well, now he has a decision to make. Does he want to mess about with that 9 and 7? Or does he want to get up the short side on the 6-ball? Well, he's messing with the 9 and 7. And he's got away with it. He's got away with it big time. Just went through the garden gate there. And Sergresh has beaten Mooncake by 7 racks to 3. So results are coming in thick and fast. And now this is not going to be any good. And that's the one thing about Mr. Fox. I mean, he's flashy, but leaving himself an awful lot to do a lot of times. Got to dig one out here. And that's his undoing. Staring at 3-1 there. And Larry's probably going to have to go forward here and go the 3 rails and come up by where the 9 ball is. I don't know whether he's going to dig in. Is he going to dig in? No, he's running. So the only danger's a scratch with this shot. And that looks almost dead weight pace. Perfect. So, Mr. Fox's a wee bit sloppy positional play there's cost him. We're back all square. So right, number 5. And the 4 ball goes in up top left. Oh, now the 3 ball stays out the way. So, well, the first 3 balls to get potted here aren't a problem. And the 4 ball's already gone. So, when Larry pots the 1 and 2, he's just going to have to drop down low enough on this 5 so that he's not interfering with the 6. So he'll be well aware of that. He wants to be somewhere here, anywhere like that, or so that he can come back off the 5. He doesn't want to be brushing the 6 if he can help it. Well, that's going to be brushing the 6. So he's just got to dead weight it, similar to Mr. Fox, and just bump the 6 so it goes to the long rail. And he'll still be on it. And you see he's bumped it way too heavy. That is not a good shot by Larry. It was far too heavy weight. He had to just dink that a lot more gentler. And now Larry's threatening to do the same thing Mr. Fox. Just get himself out of line. Leaving himself a tough recovery shot to stay at the table. And Mr. Fox is ready to pounce. And cue ball's fine. So a good recovery there from Larry. Have nothing to do with the cue ball. Can actually just stun this in and square across onto the 9 ball. So we're still looking for that little bit of daylight. Slender lead for Larry. But he's going to get first go to try and build on it, and I don't think he's had any joy here. No joy, but nothing easy. Let me just test something here. Just hang on a second, guys. That's better. Well, it's another table that, you know, there's no way Larry should be failing to get the job done here. And we've now got 16 on the stream. He's gone just far enough, I think. No, he hasn't. He hasn't. Oh, another. This is tight. It's way too tight. Now, he's got a safety where he can just edge the 6 to the short rail and come back up table. But he's trying to squat around this 9 to catch enough of the 6. And again, a good recovery shot. Needs to keep running this cue ball. Well, it's bedhead territory. Oh, the one thing I forgot to mention is that Mr. Fox is getting the last 2, same as semi-pro in that first match. And Larry does well there. So we've got daylight at last. I haven't the foggiest idea, semi-pro. I have no clue who Keys there is. I don't even know what country he's from. So Larry with a 4-2 lead, a ball in the break, and not a gimme on this one ball. And of course, the other major problem is that the 3 balls at the opposite end of the table. So the problem he's got here is the 7 and the 6 ball are interfering. So he's going to have to dig deep, get right into that long rail and spin back, and hopefully get himself at least a sight in the 3 ball. Well, I have no clue what that was. Answers on a postcard, as he used to say. I have not an idea what Larry was trying there. It's got me totally baffled. But the one does go. Whoever he is, he's on a roll. I'll show myself out. What, you playing in another tourney, Slim? Chimpy survived on the 1-loss side in his first match. He's beaten John Boo 4 racks to 2. And meanwhile, Mr. Fox has a problem. Big problem. Pretty straight in the 5. 6 balls locked up with the 8. And he's just looking for a line for the bank of the 6. It's going to be the reverse bank into this bottom right hand corner. He's going to bump the 8. Shouldn't be a problem though. He's staring down the 7. It's all about the 6 ball. And again, perfect weight. Oh dear. Well, you know, it's amazing how there's only 4 balls on the table and he still finds himself behind the 8 ball. And of course the 8 ball's blocked with the 9, so he's got to watch he doesn't pot the 7 with a jump and follow it in. Brainful Out has survived in the 1-loss side. At least one more match. He's beaten Jezdev by 4 racks to 1. And that was the problem. The cue ball's running away up table. He couldn't keep the cue ball down here for the combo. So now, well, he can chicken out and roll onto the 8, but he's playing the reverse bank, and he's billiarded the 9. I don't know whether he played for that, but if he did, you know, it was a good line to get a hit in the 9. The 9 going in is a big bonus. He'll take it. He's back to within 1. But again, problems that lots of players have been having in the 9-ball tournament, the 9-ball championship, is trying to get a follow-up break, get yourself on a little roll. It's come up dry again. Larry's got no shot yet. Another result through. In fact, 2 results come through there. Semi-Pro has beaten Kiza by 7 racks to 3. And Bankster on the 1 loss side has beaten Christian 4 racks to 1. So the results are piling through here. Tournament moving on at a pace. Now, how much room has he got there? I think Larry's got him buried there. Well, the 2-rail kick. He's got the hit. And he might get away with it big time. Look at that. Larry thought he'd played a half-decent safety there, and now he's in a hole. And Larry can't get the line to the 1 ball, so he's going to have to spin this a bit. If he's going to try and go to the rail and come across and catch the 1. Well, he's decided to play the deliberate foul. But now that he's played that, certainly that I don't think he can get enough of the 2 to pot it there, but Mr. Fox clearly with ball and had the option to try and play the breakout, but he hasn't had any joy. Well, the joy is he can see the 2, and he might go for the bank, or he might duck for cover. Well, this is going to be left on for Larry. Not a great safety. And that's a nice shot. Just coming in behind the 3, little bump in the 9. What's the angle like though? He's a bit straight though. Now, is it going to brush past the 4? It's going to land at top. Well, he can play the double kiss and kick the cue ball back up the table. It'll probably run into the 9. He's trying to sneak behind a 5, but I think that's way too heavy again, Larry. And that again is something that is very difficult to do with the trackball mouse. Play the little touchy shots. Well, that never had the pace on it to get anywhere. He still might have the edge for the cut in this 5 ball though. And then again, maybe not. Well, Larry's went all out for the bank on the 5. Well, the only thing that's keeping Larry in this is where the 8 ball is. It's not exactly dead easy to get to, and that might be, or that's really what Larry's holding out for here. He's just hoping that it's a stumbling block for Mr. Fox. Well, is he going to try and run into the short side of this 8 ball, I wonder? Or is he going to try and do something to get in, to bump something? I don't know. Well, it's caught the side pocket and he's blocked off. In fact, if he just could pass the side pocket, he would have been fine. That's unlucky. Cross bank, and it's going to hold its line for the next pocket. But watch the cue ball. Well, that's always a risky take when you start running the cue ball, and Larry pinches it, keeps his lead. 5-3 in front, and a chance again to build on it if he can. Now I think, did a ball go in there? I think a ball went in. Nope. Dry, and of course now Mr. Fox comes to the table on the 1 ball, 2 ball there, no problem. 3 ball, no problem. 4 ball, no problem. 5 ball's a problem. 5 ball isn't a problem if you were dead straight in the 4 and just drop through for the combo, because that's stone dead. The combo's stone dead. You can go over this side for the 5, but does he want to try and do that? Well, we're about to find out. It's all got to do with how good he is in the 4 that can leave him as good a line as possible. Now, he's got the angle to actually come across on the short side and bump the 7. Well, he's went around the angles. He's missed the 7. Just a wee bit more pace on it than he would have liked, because now he's taken out the 6 ball again. He might even pot the 6. Well, it's run into the 7, so now it's tough. Oh, good evening to Stubb. And that's his sentence for the night, and then he'll disappear. Again, leaving itself awkward in that 6 ball, and Larry breathes again, although Larry's got nothing on. Well, it's another touchy shot if he's trying to roll the 6 ball to the top rail, or trying to run the cue ball to the top rail, but he's going to be very fortunate not to leave Mr. Fox a shot on this 6 ball. Well, he's gone for the cross bank again. Now, how's his luck in the 7? Oh, that's way tight again. Now, I have coined a new phrase because Mr. Fox, Larry just did it there. And my new phrase, having coined the phrase the bedhead cut, I've now coined a new one. And it's called the semi-pro wiggle, which is not a dance, but everybody who watches the streams will know what the semi-pro wiggle is, because Larry just did it there. And Mr. Fox is going to stay in touch. You're writing in lowercase letters on the stream stuff there. You failed straight away again. The semi-pro wiggle. Yeah, that's what it's called from now on. I've christened it the semi-pro wiggle. And another result on the 1 loss side. Mooncake survives. He beats DJ Redo 4 racks to 2. Good evening to Repetition. Yeah, it sounds a bit like the semi-pro wiggle. It sounds like a dance from the 50s, doesn't it? It sounds like something you'd do to Bill Haley in the comments. And I'll need to remember this line to say whenever semi-pro plays a bad shot and he's about to do the wiggle. I'm going to bring out the statement and say, well, let's all giggle at the semi-pro wiggle. let's have a giggle at the semi-pro wiggle. That's the next line I'm going to say. Well, he got in the bottom side of the 3. It's a toughie, this into the side, I think. Let's have a look. It definitely is a toughie. Not much of a pocket to go at, but he can go to the jaw, and he's played it well, and he's got the cue ball out nice. And we should have a match on here. We should be 5-all in about a minute's time. Now, is that a bottom lip wibble when he complains? So it's a bottom lip wibble, and it's a semi-pro start the party. There's Hog arrived. Well, Mr. Fox has found his way out, and another result through. On the winner's side, LS3 has beaten Stefan 7 racks to 2. And look at where the 9 balls finished, right over the hole. And Mr. Fox, bone dry as far as the break goes. Larry's going to play the push out and just probably drop the 9 in. Well, I know I wouldn't be giving this back. I'd be coming off the right side of that 1 ball, thin as a wafer, with a wee bit, in fact, maybe just plain ball to try and hold a line in behind this run of balls here. And now Larry's in trouble. That was always on the cards. And he's trying to catch the edge of the 1, missed the 9. Oh, that's excellent. What a shot that was.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
That's a cracker. I don't think he could have hit that any better. Absolutely perfect. Just scraped the paint off it. Oh, Larry with the jump stick gets the 1. Well, it could have done with bumping the 8 there, because I think he might be in trouble. That's again unlucky. Of course, you have no real idea where the cue ball's really going to finish when you're playing a jump shot, because it depends on the connection when you hit the object ball when you do jump. I mean, if that had bumped the 8 ball there, he was fine. What am I talking about? I forgot about the 2 ball over the hole there. Yeah, that's what I think of that. It's the VP4TV chimpanzee. And if you don't like it, goodbye. I'm surprised you didn't say that the ugly face is more insulting rather than the chimp, because the ugly face is mine. Well, that wiped its feet and looked in the hole and stayed out. Again, he's left himself a bit short in a 6th ball. It's another one to test the nerves. Going for the bank again. Or if you can regularly get banks like that, you've no problem where you leave the cue ball. So Larry was 5-3 in front, and he should be behind in a minute. And Mr. Fox should be on the hill. Of course, he's only needs to roll 8 in. Well, there we go. Oh, here we go. This'll upset some of yous. Well, Larry now, well, he's got himself with no great shot here now. What does he do? I mean, the bank isn't on because his 3 ball, I think, is nailed to the rail. Well, he's gone for the thin cut just to try and stay at the table. And would you believe it, he's got the bank in the 4 ball. I think he's got enough of the 4 ball for the bank. We're about to find out. That looks good to me for the bank. It's just on the diamond pretty much. And he's played it perfect. But again, he can't get shape. And now he's going to either have to do a crazy thin cut to the right corner or line up another bank. He's got to line it this time though. That's the problem with this one. It's not really set. But it looks as if he's lining up for the same corner pocket here, I think. That's what he's doing. This is make or break, because you'd think this time the cue ball's going to come into the table. And if it doesn't go in, it's probably game over. Well, he's went for the cut instead. And now he just has to hope it's awkward enough that he might get another go here, and it's not easy. Well, he's comfortably potted it, and it should be game, set and match, as they say in tennis. Well, we're going to have a quick look at this bracket, because there's an absolute bucket load of results have come in. And Mr. Fox is through. He beats Larry by 7 racks to 5. So now we are well on. We've got Mr. Fox through to play LS3. We've got Semi-Pro waiting to play Spectre Dawn or Sergeresh. And we're going to dive into that match because it's 5 apiece on the bracket there. It's about to go 6-5 to Spectre Dawn. Well, 4 and 8 follow each other into the bottom left. No shot in the 1 though. But this match, or this rack, I should say, is going to be decided on this 1 ball because everything's out in the open. Spectre Dawn looking for the push out. Well, how brave is Sergaresh going to be? Because he can reverse bank this one ball. He could go for a crazy cut, but the reverse bank is on. Back into that pocket where his cue is. And he's got to think that if he doesn't get this safe, he's lost anyway. So he might as well go for this. If that was me, I'd be going for it. To hell with it. Well, he's got the pace almost right, but he never got the line, and it will be game over. Unless somehow Spectre Dawn gets awkward in the 9-ball. The 9-ball's fairly tight to the rail as well. And another result through. Bankster has beaten Keyser by 4 racks to 3. Well, I wonder how many of the guys who've been in all my matches that I've streamed have been insulted by my fail screen. I've not been told that yet. And it's just a bit of fun, for God's sake. I mean, get a life, people. Get a life. That's all I'm saying. So Spectre Dawn, again, doing what he does all too well every week in this tournament, finding his way out. And again, there shouldn't be any excuse for not getting anywhere decent on this 9-ball because, you know, it's all there. Of course it's not intended. You know, the one thing I never thought is, when I was setting that up, is I wonder how I can insult people when they mess up a shot. What I thought was, I'm going to look for the Price is Right, the Price is Right fail tone, which I found. I found the sound bit for that. So well done to Spectre Dawn. He survives. Sergaresh goes over to the one loss side. So I found that, and then I thought I had actually found the chimp image for this one. That one.
Take your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape!
So the story behind it is I found a chimp for that, and I thought I'm looking for a couple of pictures. I can't just put this fail up on the screen. It just looks bland. So I'll stick my ugly face on it, and I'll stick the chimp in it as well. That's how it was intended. Anyway, more important matters at hand here. We've got a tournament that's rapidly moving on here. We've now got Semi-Pro's opponent for his next match. It's, of course, Spectre Dawn. We've got Mr. Fox up against LS3. They've just started. And on the one loss side, we've got Chimpy and Stefan, and that's the match we're going into because Stefan's 2-1 up in the race to 4. Those winner side matches will be warming up once this one's finished. Well, you know, this is where political correctness just does my head in. You know, it's all about not trying to upset people nowadays. You know, and that's also why. I mean, that brings up a good subject because that's why the other day there I said that I'm tending to pick and choose the matches in these big tournaments now. The Brainfill Out Pool Kabouter match was a perfect example. It was not anywhere near a good standard to sit and watch for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I mean, the guys were trying their hearts out, but the standard was just not great. And I get frustrated watching these guys when they could be doing simple things, but they're not seeing the shots and they don't have the the skills to control that cue ball better. So I've decided that I'm going to pick and choose the matches that I think are going to be worth watching. And of course, as this tournament goes on, not this one, but the World Championship, as it goes on, the matches will be worth watching, because then it's getting to the sort of business end. But the other thing that I was getting criticised for was because I was saying certain things watching these lower rated players playing, you know, as if I'm trying to rip into them. What I'm hoping they do is watch the video and maybe try and see where they're going wrong, but I don't think they do. I mean, they're not that interested in how the game is, and whether or not they're interested in trying to improve it, I don't know. I doubt it. But I never have a go at people just to have a laugh at their expense. You know, it's about trying to improve and trying to encourage people to improve, in my opinion. I mean that's why I said to Brainfill out last night. I said to him when the match had finished, I said, for goodness sake, go and watch the video, and don't take any offence at what's happening in the stream if you watch it, because I'm sure that if he was honest enough, he could actually probably say, you know, there's certain occasions there where you do have a valid point. You know, if anybody's honest, they'll hold their hand up and say, yeah. You know, you see a certain shot and you think, well, surely the player sees it. The other big question is whether the player knows how to execute it, and that's taking your game to that next stage that I keep going on about. And you only get that through time, or through being in a room on your own and practicing certain shots, or offline, or whatever time you can get, and taking a wee bit of time and making an effort to actually try and execute certain shots. And don't be scared. That I saw an awful lot of fear last night from those two guys. Just the fear of trying to get better on a shot that they kept bailing out far too often, and that's what players round about the 2000 level end up doing. And they float around that level, and their game doesn't get any better because they're just doing the same things all the time. That sort of stuff, if they're willing to learn, as I said last night, they could be twice the player they are right now within a day or two. But as I say, I don't. In fact, I'll tell you something. I rip into the better players in this. You know it from watching the streams. You know some of the stupid things that go on with the top players in this, the things that happen in matches. I probably rip into them more than I would ever do with some of the lower rated players, because you don't expect the same sort of standard. Well, that is true, LS3. You know, and again, it's a time that you have to spend playing this game. You know, I used to play VP3, you know, all day and every day, a long while ago, and you know, you just don't have that time, and when you don't have that time, you don't spend that time, just like anything in real life, then you lose the touch. You know, you don't get that muscle memory that you have when you're playing this game, and it is a sort of muscle memory thing with a lot of shots. But anyway, that's got me off ranting and raving again. But for goodness sake, you know, just because I do that, that isn't trying to ridicule somebody. It's maybe ridiculing the scratch, but that's all it's intended to do. Oh, I'll go to bed tonight, and I won't be able to sleep over that. I'll have a drink. So meanwhile, Chimpy trying to seal the deal here and he should be home and dry. Just get himself either dead weight onto the 9 into the side or up table, whatever he wants to do. So Chimpy survives. Well done to him. 4-2 win against Stefan. And now I'm going to leave it up to you guys because I don't want to upset any of you. I'll leave it up to you guys. What match do you want to watch? We've got the match that's just started with LS3 and Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox is getting the 8 ball. We've got Semi-Pro and Spectre Dawn. The two of them are going at it. It's 1-0 to Semi-Pro. I am going to go with the majority, and you can tell me who you want to watch, and I'll go into that room straight away. So we're waiting on some feedback, some participation in the chat. I'll go with the majority, so get typing. And so far, I've had nothing. Right, we've got 1 vote for Semi-Pro's match. So that's 1-0 to him. And I think everybody else has quit the stream because of the monkey. I think that's what's happened. We're not getting very much in the way of participation. Or, well, Hog says Semi. Well, that's 2, so that's decided it. We've got nobody else to be bothered voting. So we're going into the Semi-Pro match. I've been cancelled. What does that mean? Or cancelled. Well, we're 1 apiece here, and it's a scratch match. This isn't a hot seat match. No, it isn't, because the hot seat match is the next one. We've still got the other 2 guys playing in the other match. That was not easy. I mean, he had the pace to get the cue ball up high enough for the 3, but it was a dodgy shot at that pace and the 2 ball into the side. They're never easy. But this table, I'm afraid, if you're Semi-Pro, you're probably sitting down thinking, right, well, bye-bye to this rack, because Spectre Dawn can get himself right out into the table, get on that 3 ball. He would have liked to get on it, and he can get on it. I think he can just skim off the 4 if anything. He might not even take any of the 4 and just take it into the same pocket. And everything else, of course, is on. Well, he's gone to that a bit more of an awkward angle, but again, he gets these more often than not. I don't think he'll be worried about it. Oh, all of that stuff washes off like water off a duck's back, Slim. Well used to anything like that. So Spectre Dawn just going through the motions here. Another result through, and Larry survives on the 1 loss side. He's beaten Mooncake by 4 racks to 1. So Larry's going to have to battle the hard way, but he did. Larry won it last week, didn't he? I'm sure he won it last week, and he did well last week because Spectre Dawn put Larry to the 1 loss side last week, and then Larry came back with a vengeance in the final, and he won it well. So he did. So Larry's going to hang in there. Well, 7 ball goes. Well, again, it's another really dodgy thin cut on the 1. Got to be careful of the scratch on the side because you're hitting this at pace to get the cut. Yeah, got it too thin, but oh, here we go. Get ready. Switch off now. And he got it way too thin. He ended up scratching anyway. So now semi-pro has a problem. And the problem is that 3 ball. 3 balls blocked by the 6, I think. And it's, again, just tricky to get onto that 3. It cleanly goes past the 9, but it's just tricky to get on it. But he's got enough angle to work with here for this 3 ball. Now he can try and just pinch and come across. He can try that, but what's he doing? I think that's what he's trying, and that's perfect. That's well played. Oh no, Semi-Pro's the only one that's hated in VP4. He'll tell you. He'll tell you that himself. But he's going to get back in level terms here. A good little out, because that was not easy to get good on that 3 ball, but he got nice enough on the 2, landed nice on the 3, and then the rest, well, I was going to say should be simple. He's just got a wee bit straight, so he's just going to take his medicine. Little gentle roller, a kill shot into the side, hold the cue ball. Yes, we like that idea, Spectre Ejector. Just a pity she couldn't actually take it all the way. So, Semi-Pro, this time his break is working. Now how's that 2 finish? Because that 7 ball has just got itself in the way. He's lining up the combo. And yet another result come through in the 1-loss side. It's Sergereshu's beating Brainful out 4 racks to 0. Spectre, respecter. I love having this chat on my screen, it's brilliant. I mean, I can still look round at the second monitor just to check the stream and everything's working, but it's brilliant having it on the screen. Great. Now I can see YouTube and Twitch all at the same time. Semi-Pro. Well, I mean, he could come back, but he could go a couple of rails. He's came back. And he's, again, perfect. He's found his pace. And looking dangerous, provided the brake keeps working. Now he's going to have to try and build on that. Get away from Spectre Dawn, apply the pressure. But I think he's back to square one with the dry brake though. Although he's got away with it, he's left nothing on. Now here's Spectre Dawn looking to play the push. Now again, that is not a great push, because he should be nailed here. He should be locked up. There's loads of balls to hide behind. And I'd be very surprised if Semi-Pro can't put him in a fair bit of trouble here. I mean, that 3, 9 and 6 are just asking to be hidden behind. He can go up table and send the 1 in behind the 3, 6 and 9. He hasn't quite got there. And he's bumped to 2. So this is now an easy hit for Spectre. I mean, no idea where the 1 ball's going to end up. Because if he bumps it into the 4, it might not get away from there. And I don't think he's got enough room to skim past. Well, he's bumped into the 4. The 1 ball's going up table, and I think he'll be quite happy with the end result. Take that. There's no way Semi-Pro's jumping that, so he's going to have to either kick in the gap between 5 and 2 or go off the long rail, try and cut it in if he can. And that's well played. That was a nice shot.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Well, got to do something with the cue ball though. This angle on the 2's no good, so he's going to have to tweak the cue ball a fair bit here to get anywhere near the 3. And again, taking his medicine, deciding that was far too risky to play something crazy. And although he's not got the snooker, I think he did the right thing. Oh, again, that is not a great effort at the safety. He's going to be in trouble again here. I think the semi-pro just looking at how he can leave this as nasty as possible. Well, that can still be jumped at 3 ball. He's got loads of room. He'll have no problem hitting it. Now, it's likely he's going to hit it somewhere to the left, and it might hit the 4 and stay there. Oh, that's a beautiful jump. And
let's watch the replay of that last shot.
He's almost on the 3 there. That was excellent. Top drawer, that shot. Well, what about the 3 though? Well, the 3 does cut. But Spectre Dawn's trying to get some practice in with these safeties. Now the danger, of course, now is that all the balls are on, so semi-pro not only needs to hit this, but he has to get a good bit of luck here. He could kick it in, but well, that needs to slow up, and that might just do. That is not a bad result. He'll settle for that, but it will bank because it's well off the rail. And Spectre Dawn, the only other problem is still having a sight in the 4, and that's perfect. What was it semi-pro said there? I need to look at my screen. If you're still listening, semi-pro, you've now got a new term for VP4, the semi-pro wiggle. It's nothing to do with the way you walk, by the way. Not that I've seen the way you walk. Now, how does the 6 ball do? Well, not a problem. So, we're going to be all square again here. Yeah, but who was it? Who was it in the chat that what was the other one? The semi-pro. I've got the semi-pro wiggle, but there's also the semi-pro jiggle. That's the bottom lip trembling when you throw the toys out the pram. So, 3 apiece. Oh, the wibble, that's the one. I've got my wibbles and my what was it? I can't even remember what I said. Oh, this looks dry again. Now, how's semi-pro in the 1 ball? I think he's hooked. He most certainly is. Well, there is a line to get to that 1 ball. I mean, there's a line off the rail in the gap to catch the 1 ball. I'm pretty certain there is, but it might need a bit of English to do that. I think there is a line. He's just playing the push though. That was me getting excited that somebody was going to be brave enough to play a stupid shot like that. Now what does the push out's been passed back to Semi. Now what does he do? I think if the pocket wasn't there, he might have risked a combo. And that's a nice touch, apart from the fact he didn't get a bump and he's left him one over the hole. I think the one will go. Let's have a look. I don't think there's a problem, is there? Nope. So everything about that shot was perfect, the fact that he just didn't get a bump to stay below the 4 ball. Well, I've still got 16 viewers. It's good that I can see the number now, because then I know how many are bailing out before the end of the tournament. I'll probably be down to 3, like me and one person in the chat and a dog. In about the next 90 minutes or more, maybe the next 2 hours, depending how long we go. But it seems to be moving quite quick, the tournament tonight. That's us, what, an hour and 40 almost? It just seems to have gone pretty quickly. But Spectre Dawn now will be looking to try and push on if he can get his break working. I haven't looked at the community tab on my YouTube channel, but I think I had 18 votes and it's been like that for like 3 days, so people are either not interested in the leagues or can't be asked voting. It's one of the two. But as far as I recall, I think it was still 8-ball world on the 9-foot table that was winning it very slightly. But it could still do with more votes, so if you want to vote and you haven't voted, go to my YouTube channel, click on the community tab, and you'll see the 2 votes that I've got up and running. I've still got my camera vote up there. Well, Spectre Dawn hasn't quite got the cover, but Semi-Pro can use the 6-ball if he wants, or try and bunt behind the 2, which is what he's trying to do there. But he didn't get it. He didn't get it right in behind. He just caught like half the ball there, and Spectre Dawn's looking to see if the 3 goes into the side. Then there's no problem, and they should have daylight here in the next few minutes. Yeah, this isn't like Shooter's Pool repetition. Shooter's Pool has got a tourney system where players can arrange their own tourneys. VP4, you don't have that facility. It's only Steve and well, when Chimp, not what do you call him again? I'm mixing up all these Dutch people. When Tin was around, he could do it. Redback, Brian from Australia, he can do it, and that is it. There's only 2 of them. And who did this? Steve, Brian, and Tin. Just the 3 of them. But Tin's not been here for months. I think he's dropped inlet once, but he's obviously busy working. So his time in VP4 is, well, it looks like it's pretty much gone. And Brian is the one that sets all the tournaments that are up on the calendar each day. all the tournaments that you see running 24 hours a day are all set by him. It's only the World Championships that Steve sets, principally because to make life easier to find them, he makes them and puts just the year in so that it's easy to trace the. If any of you guys want to go and look at past tournaments, anything that Steve sets all got the year on it, so that allows you to filter down the tournaments and find a particular tournament or World Championship if you want to have a look at the bracket and the end results and stuff like that. Well, they did have them. I mean, if you look at the calendar, I think there's the odd one or two tournaments on there, but the thing is, they're on at all hours of the day. But I think the one thing they won't do is they won't put in a regular tournament for lower rated players if they don't get enough people asking for them. So you can't just have one person saying to Steve or saying to Brian Redback, if you can get a hold of him, that you want one of these lower rated tournaments, a restricted one for the lower rated players, because if there's only one person asking, they're not going to do it. It needs, a good half a dozen or more people wanting something like that. And then, of course, it's all very much wanting it. It's then getting enough in it for them to go ahead. I think that's half the battle. But then again, if you look at Friday Night 9 Ball, the handicap's in it. And if you play with good common sense, you can make use of that handicap. So now we have Spectre Dawn with a 5-3 lead. Now this is a ugly looking table at the moment. And I have to say, he's got out. He's managed to run tables that have been uglier looking than this in the past. I don't know what the angle's like here because this is not much room to get the 4 in the pocket, and he's bumped off the 6, and he's now pushed the 6 into play where he can cheat in the pocket. That little move there has just opened up the game. Now, ideally, he wants to finish on the rail here, or like that. That again is perfect because he's inside the 6 ball. He can stun it in and just dink out for the 7. So, just like that. And this is why Spectre Dawn is so dangerous, that he's had so much practice at this and doing this week after week that any table that you think is going to be tough, given that chance, he's taking care of any little problem there with one shot, that 6 ball, and he's going to be on the hill. So, it's a tall order now for semi-pro. Semi-pro might not get back to the table if this break works. Well, 4 ball has gone in, but the 1 ball's hidden behind the 2, so at least semi-pro is going to have some sort of chance at doing something. Another result through in the 1 loss side. Serganesh has beaten Bankster by 4 racks to 2. So the push out is played. Now this is not, the way the balls are sitting, it's this needs a good touch here for semi-pro because, one mistake and he's gone. And now, is there enough room for that 1 to bump away and just stick the cue ball there? I think there might be. And now semi-pro's in dire straits here. He is in a hole. He's up the proverbial creek without a paddle if this doesn't work out. And it's going to stay in play. The two's now over the other top corner pocket, and I think I'll be fairly safe in assuming that this match is over. Well, the only thing that I know for certain is, I mean, there's loads of tournaments on the calendar, right? And this is the only tournament that regularly goes ahead. I don't recall ever a Friday night 9-ball not going ahead, and that's in 20 years or more. There's always been Friday night 9-ball. But all these other little tournaments that are on during the day, 8-ball and that type of thing, there's usually only the two people in them if there's any. There's just not enough, there's just simply not enough volume of traffic in VP4. There's not enough bodies in. So, well done again to Spectre Dawn, looking strong tonight again. A 7 racks to 3 win against Semi-Pro, so Semi-Pro's in the mix on that one loss side, and we've had another handful of results through, so everything is moving on. So that match is over. We've got LS3 5-4 in front against Mr. Fox. We'll dive straight into that. And Mr. Fox has all but squared the match here. But don't forget as well, with this this new league coming up, there's Steve's talking about the possibility of having 2 leagues, which I didn't think he would do, but he mentioned that in the stream the other day. You know, you've got the leagues, the possibility of an 8-ball World League, and that'll be handicapped. You've also got the Elite 9-ball League, that's a very likely possibility. So then you get yourself in a team, and as long as you can be there for most weekends, I mean, it might not necessarily be every weekend. It might be midweek, depending how. Again, it just depends on the interest. But we had the first 9-ball league there that went on for 12 or 13 weeks, and of course with the playoffs as well. And it went, Steve did a number of fixes during it, changed people's ratings during it, because that was all pretty much experimental, that league. But you've got to have the number of people interested in it to make it worthwhile for them to do these things. So LS3, great opportunity to get herself on the hill. Now, I would have much preferred that cue ball coming out to there. It's about 5 inches short of where I would have liked to be, simply because the cue ball's not going in a good direction. And she just managed to drag off the pace, hold the line. Now that's perfect. That's right back on the money. 7-ball in the same pocket. Or again, you've got a choice of what you want to do. 7-ball in the same pocket if you stun back off the 6. You can roll through and drop the 7 back into the side. And she's played the little stunt. And we need to remember that Mr. Fox is getting the 8 ball. But again, you know, that type of handicap I don't think really makes any difference, because, you know, these players of these two players' levels are going to run the table anyway if the balls are there. So it literally means nothing, the 8 ball, unless it's fluked or something or comboed earlier in the rack. So it's all in LS3's hands. Needs one more and has the break. And looks as if she's going to be breaking central pretty much on the diamond. 6 ball goes in. Oh, now that 3 ball might have just got itself in the way, but I don't think it's a problem. I think the problem is jumping and skimming the 1 to actually cut that in, but she's actually pushing out. And well, if she pushes out down to the bottom rail here, she's probably going to get put back in. I think she'll be back at the table in a second. Because that 1 ball's not quite sitting in the point, and it has been pushed back. Now, how brave is she with a little feather-like touch in this 1 ball to try and duck down past the 4? It's just a little bump, but the thing is, the 1 ball needs to come out of there, because if she doesn't hit it off the rail far enough, Mr. Fox will be able to pot it past the 8 ball. She's tried. Well, I don't know whether she tried to billiard onto that. Was it the 2 ball that went? No, it was the 4. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt. It won't matter. She's on the 1. And again, I'm going to say it. How many times do I say it? She should be out. She should have this match shown up. Just run to the rail and back out for this 3 into the side. Now again, quick look at the angle. Now, this is a little stun. We'll just let the cue ball open up for the 5. Now that's opened up a wee bit further than I would have wanted it, because now the cue ball's heading in that funny direction where you have to avoid traffic. Yeah, this is not a gimme. It's not a dead cert. She's got to get tight into the corner and out to avoid running into the 8 ball here. Unless she's going to drag right off this 5. Looks as if she's digging deep. No, she's trying to get tight into the corner. Got that part of it right, but it was always testy, that. And we could be, well, we're more than likely going to be going all the way here. And it was just the stun that she played to drop down onto that 5 was just a wee bit too heavy. The cue ball just leaked away a wee bit further than ideal, and that left it awkward now. I thought Mr. Fox had done something daft there. It looks tight, this. I think he's fine. So, LS3 had the match won pretty much. Break is dry. 1 ball has enough room into the side. Now the cue ball How much of that 5 ball's the cue ball going to get? Is it, in fact, it might miss the 5. It might miss it. Well, it just brushed the 5, but I think LS3 will settle for that because at least you can see the 2 and pot it. And I think you just want to get a little bit of draw off this 2 ball just to stop colliding with things and open up the 3. I don't think you want to be running anywhere up that way. She's just drawing off it. Well, she's bumped to 5. And, oh, I'll tell you, she's lucky. She can just get enough of this 3. The objective there was not to hit anything, but she's got away with it. Now, anything but over the top of the 9. Well, it's absolutely plumb straight, this 4 ball, so can't take any liberties with this 4 ball. And I think she can squeeze it into the far side of the pocket. And no, that ain't it. That ain't it. She had to squeeze it into that far right side of the pocket to draw back and come to the left side of that 9 ball and open the shot for the 5. So now, this is last chance saloon here. And it's going to hang over the pocket. So, well, it's still not done yet, but it's if Mr. Fox gets on the 6 ball, good. And I wouldn't say that was good. It's another one of these blind pocket cuts. Just got to roll it in. And that bank was it never even had a chance. So LS3, I don't think you want to be taking any more chances here. I think this is your last and final chance to get the job done. Now, Mr. Fox has been banking well in everything we've seen him do so far. That is probably his worst attempt at a bank tonight. Well, I think you just dig into this and just chip back off the 7 ball into the table. Or, I mean, you can go across the table and come back into the table. You can do whatever you want here, really. Oh, watch the side pocket. Watch the line behind the 9 ball. Oh dear. Oh, she's dug a hole again here. Well, this is the old hit and hope. Can she jump that at that distance? Now needs a roll. Well, I think that is definitely it all over. He's not missing this. So, you know, when you get enough chances there and get yourself locked out, you've only yourself to blame. So Mr. Fox is through to the hot seat match by 7 racks to 6. So there's going to be a battle going on in the one loss side. Let's have a quick look at this bracket. We can see now that Spectre Don has his opponent for the hot seat match. Mr. Fox is moving through to play that. Meanwhile, we've got Larry up against Semi-Pro. They're 1 rack apiece. Sergresh is about to play LS3, but we're diving into this one. And it's a scratch match. So Larry gets the hit, but doesn't get the roll. And of course, races to 4 are over in the blink of an eye. You have no room for manoeuvre whatsoever. Well, there's the old semi-pro wiggle, because he's left himself as awkward as he can on this 8-ball. And he's overdone it. And Larry is going to pinch the lead. Oh, the penalty is so severe for getting yourself really awkward. You know, he was 2-1 all the way there, 2-1 in front, and ended up in the worst possible place on that 8-ball. So Larry will be relieved. Again, wants the follow-up rack, get himself to the hill, and of course gets no joy. And semi-pro, well, you can see the one. It's a thin cut. He's hoping to run into something here because he's no clue whether he's going to have a shot in the 2. Well, it will cut, and he's heading the right direction for the 3-ball. That's a guarantee. That'll do nicely. Again, nice little angle in the 3 just to drop it in and get up to about there or whatever. Now, the big test. The big test down this right side for the 5, because it doesn't go past the 7. Has to come down this side. Missed the 6. Oh dear. We've got the old we've got the old wiggle going again. And he's had a blast. And the 9-ball gets out of the way. Larry is slavering at the mouth here with this table. This to get to the hill. Needs to keep rolling just to open up that angle. And that'll do. See, this is no good. He's dead straight, so you're just going to have to kill it and leave it long. But again, there shouldn't be any problem. So semi-pro's lifespan in this Friday night 9-ball is looking pretty short at the moment in terms of survival. All in Larry's hands, 3-1 up with the break. Oh dear. Well, here we go. some people might be offended. So there's a sigh of relief for semi-pro. The scratch and the break from Larry, ball in hand. Well, you got yourself pear-shaped on that 8 ball. That was always the problem. It was really tough. But semi-pro can survive if he takes full advantage of the scratch from Larry. And again, absolutely no problem here. Just stun out into the table for the 7 into the side. And how much angle is there? Well, again, you can roll through and bump into the 9 if you wanted to and take the 8 into the side. I mean, or come back and leave it longer. You know, shot choices going the other way. Well, this could have been better. He's got to cut it and run the cue ball now around the angles into the table for the 9. I don't think he wants to try and get too cute here. He's got to get this potted and run the cue ball. No, he's trying to dink it soft. Well, he's got it. I would have ran that all the time there. I wouldn't have been confident enough to play that. But he's got it done. Cue ball stays in the table. Well, 6 and 8, both bolted, or 6 and whatever it was it the 8? 6 and 8 bolted into the pocket in the bottom right hand side, shot in the 1, and I'm going to tempt fate here. Oh dear, he's taking his eye off the ball for the little billiard onto that 5 to clear the shot for the 2, and he's forgotten about the 1. And I might have cursed him there because I think it should have been Hill, but he's focused on the hitting the 5 there when he was trying to pot the 1 just to open up the shot in the 2 and hold for the 2. And in the whole thought process, he's forgotten about actually putting the 1 ball in the hole. And so Larry now, well, again, it would have to be a major fail, a big loss of shape and position for him to fail on this occasion here. Now, where's this cue ball going? Don't pack your cue away yet, semi-pro. Do not pack the cue away yet. Because Larry's overhit that. He's overhit it big time. Now, it'll still cut. It'll also bank, of course. But he's no clue that he'll still have a decent shot in the 5. He's got to put all his efforts into actually potting this. And where's the cue ball finish? He might end up on top of the 5. And, well, it will still cut as well, but Larry's just doing everything the hard way here. And now he's home and dry. Or at least he should be. Now he's really got to get this in and go across and back across. Is he trying to just dink it in? Well, Larry usually goes across the table because that's a more comfortable shot to play rather than trying to be delicate with this trackball mouse. Now, one quick look at the 9 ball just to check it. It's off the rail. So Larry survives and semi-pro heads south for the night. Well done to Larry. Semi-pro kicking himself. Those errors at the wrong time were costly. So now we can see that Larry now is waiting on the winner of the match between Sergresh and LS3. Now LS3 looks as if she's got that almost done and dusted. She's 3-0 up. we'll have a quick look at what's happening here, because these matches can turn in a sixpence. And LS3 has almost got away with one there, but Sergresh has to make the combo. And that's turned out nice, because Sergresh is getting a 6 ball as his money ball. And 3 balls at least on the break there. And this is how quick that this match can turn, because he's nicely on the 2. Plenty of room to come down onto this 3. And that isn't it. That is not it. I mean, he can still cut it, but he could have been sitting a lot better than this. Well, now everything looks pretty good. Crisis is over, and suddenly he's breathing down LS3's neck if he can take these out. Well, 6 ball is a very dangerous handicap, especially, Sergresh can pop balls. If you give him a sniff with a table where the balls are there, he'll have a damn good go at getting there. And almost a damn good go at dropping on top. Tell a lie, I forgot about the 6 ball again. Yes, who was it? Was it people were asking who Keezer was? I think Semi Pro was asking. I said I hadn't a clue, but Keezer came into the chat, and what was it he said again? Get rid of the monkey. It's what was the word he used? I've forgotten. Oh, here I go, talking about the monkey. It was insulting, so it was. That was the word. And I then explained my reasons for it, which were nothing to do with insulting a player, because when I said, well, I explained it in the stream, but anyway, all I was looking for was a fail sound from The Price is Right. I found that, and then I was looking for a couple of pictures, because it looked a bit bland with just fail up on the screen. So I had already found the chimp for this one.
Take your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape!
And so I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll stick the chimp and I'll stick my ugly face in it as well, because there's not just the chimp, and don't be confused by both, because that face in the bottom left-hand corner, that is me, and the chimp is in the top right-hand side of the screen, so there's no confusion as to what a chimp looks like. But there was never any thought, oh, let's try and humiliate the players. It's just a bit of bloody fun, for Christ's sake. That's all it is. And nobody that's played in the tournaments has said it's insulting. And I'll tell you something else, by the way. If any player does say to me it's insulting, it's staying there. To hell with your political correct society. The bloody chimp is staying. It's the VP4TV chimpanzee, because it rhymes and it ain't moving. So anybody else that's got complaints, you can take them far and wide, and you can remove your subscription and not come back. I think that explains it fully. We're not a PG stream. We behave ourselves most of the time. And there's nothing here about humiliating people. That's the last thing in my thoughts. Yes, I do moan. Yes, I do get frustrated watching players, as I did last night. But it's all with good intention. That's what it's down to. It's not let's stream some people making a fool of themselves playing pool. It's having something to watch and to try and take something out of it as well. That's what it's about. So, well done to LS3. She survives again. So this is boiling up to be a nice finish, this tourney this week. So we have LS3 now playing Larry on the one-loss side. Now we'll have a quick look and check out what's happening in the hot seat match. Well, we've got Mr. Fox is 3-2 up at the moment, but we're going to nip in. We'll let that take its course, because obviously whoever loses that match is coming over to the one-loss side anyway. We're going to watch the LS3 Larry match, if we can get in there. Well, I don't think in any way I disrespect the players. And as I said earlier, I said I don't disrespect the good players, and if anything, I probably rip into players like Semi-Pro and Larry and One Pocket Slim and LS3 and all of those players where you expect the good standard, and then you still see the numpty shot, you know, and that I probably have a go at them even more. Well, LS3 rips into a bank there, hampered over the 4, but I think all she needs to do is just leave this long and don't try and be heroic here. Just drop the 2 in and cut the 4 up table. I mean, that's it. You got to take your medicine. It was Keezer, Cobra, and Cobra's another one. He's done some numpty stuff in his time that you don't expect, and I have ripped into him a few times in the streams as well. So LS3 does the right thing, drops the 2 in, cuts the 4, perfect in the 5, and it should be first blood here to LS3. Well, do you want to try and be cute and drop that into the side? I don't think so. I mean, I'd be rolling this up the table every day of the week. I would trust my eyes for that tight an angle. But it's going to be 1-0. Well, I know that quite a few players who've maybe watched the stream and then they've been in a big tourney, I know what's going through their head when they scratch, because I know they're sitting thinking, they can hear the noise. It plays in the back of your head. Right, this has to come off the 8 ball up into the table. You're going to take the 8 ball, so you need to make sure you get right out of there. Even if you juice it up a bit, you need to get it nice and clean out of the corner. Oh, I mean, Spud Boy was another one. I mean, that, I think Spud Boy had I think he won I mean, Popman, how he lost 19-6 to what's his name is beyond me. I mean, I never got to see that match. I mean, we're talking about guys who've been around virtual pool for as long as I have. Spud Boy's been there since day one, for all I can remember. And in fact, I ripped into Spud Boy when he played in the Cowboy World Championship, and I think his highest run was 8. Which, I mean, that is humiliating. And I mean, a player that's been around that long shouldn't have had a high run of 8 in that tournament. But he's one of these players that plays for fun. Just whatever spare time they've got, they just want to play, and that's fine. But I'm hoping to encourage a few players to, put that effort in and work out what they're doing wrong, and then try experiment with a few shots, try experiment with the English and see what it does with the cue ball. All of that, but you need to have the notion to do it. This is what it's about, and encouraging players to try and better themselves. Well, that's true, but that's all part of what I'm saying. You might not know the correct shot, so then what's to stop you asking somebody? What's to stop you watching the stream and listening to some of the stuff that's going on and seeing what a player is doing, and then working it out yourself and saying, "Oh, right, so that's what he did there. I'll go away and try that." This is what I'm talking about. And I keep saying it, and I'll say this till I'm blue in the face. There are a number of players, and those 2 players last night are a perfect example. Poolkabouter and Brainful Out. There's not an awful lot that they could do that would actually. If I'll rephrase that, I'll put it the right way. I'll say it right this time. There's a few things they could do that would probably help their game overnight, and but it's up to them. It's all down to the motivation, if they have it, to try and improve themselves. And I still say start with a mouse. Before you start trying to do anything, make sure you can lag the ball up and down the table and get it close to this bottom rail. And if you're not doing it on a regular basis, then you need to tweak your mouse a bit, because you can't start trying to execute certain shots if you don't have faith in the mouse control. That's where I always would start. But I've ranted about that for years. Well, meanwhile, we've got LS3 2-0 up. Table at our mercy, and we have a problem. Let's have a look at what the setup is here. Well, we can see the 6 as a combo if you batter the 9 ball, but that ain't happening. Now, the 9 ball doesn't go into the side, and the 6 ball will go into the side from the bottom end. So this, and again, I don't think LS3 could have got herself any more awkward. She's close to the rail and got to get into the cue ball and let it run. Now, what about the little bump? Nothing doing. Oh well, if you move from I'm talking about VP4. If you move from a 9-foot table playing 9 ball and you go into the UK pub table playing black ball or something like that, it's night and day. It's a completely different game altogether. Different for all the reasons. It's a tight table. The pockets don't give you anything. The weight of the cue ball's completely different. The touch is completely different. You're playing with a snooker cue compared to the pool cue. There's nothing that's similar at all, other than the table's got 6 pockets. Well, Larry, battling here to get back into this. Another quick look at the 9 ball. The 9 ball is off the rail. Oh, good evening to Run Out Rob. Now, this is just a straight roll through onto the rail as straight as he wants on the 9-ball. And Larry will be off and running. Needs to follow up. I don't think he's getting it. Is the 6-ball going in? No. 2-ball didn't either. Now, what sort of setup have we got here? Larry might have got away with this. Looking at this setup, the 1 doesn't go. And you can't make any sort of combo in the 6, so Larry will be quite happy with this outcome. And the problem with the 6-ball in there, it's not that easy to get the 1 ball away from there. That might be quite a good result, though. It might be. Then again, let's have a look. Well, Larry can clearly get to this 1 ball. He can catch an edge of it, but he's more than likely going to jump this, I would think, and try and pot it. Well, can he get an edge of this? Well, he could maybe tweak it a little bit to get an edge, but I think he's got to get the jump stick out. No, he is. He is jacking up slightly. Well, I don't think Larry was convinced to do either there. I think I'd have been out with the jump stick. I think at the end of it, he was running into his extension there, or running out of time, and had to rush. He spent too much time thinking about it. Well, the only worry here is the 9-ball. It's just in the way. You're trying to get onto that 3-ball into the side, really, but LSU is looking to just play it long into this bottom corner now to avoid any messing about with the 9. And well, if she can get nicely on the 4, she's got to be on the hill. Now, we'll see this shot, and then I'll have a quick tab to look at the bracket and see how that hot seat match is doing. Oh, now that's fine. It's just brushed away from the 9. Quick look across here. Well, it looks as if Spectre Don is going to be in the final again. He's 6-4 up on the hill. But all the action is happening over here on the 1 loss side. Well, Larry's probably going to end up the way that he likes it, having to do it the hard way. He's going to have to win the last 3 racks to get out of this hole. Well, just bump the 7-up table and let the cue ball go through. Straight through onto the rail, back up the table, up past the side pocket would be fine. That'll open it up for the straight in 9-ball. Well, is Larry going to get another chance? That's all up to LS3. Well, Larry might have got the first result. LS3's come up dry, but Larry's not got a sniff. Nothing doing. Now he's got to get a decent push out here. Well, I'd be surprised if LS3 pushes this back, because she does have a chance to come back across the table here. Send that one ball to the rail. Oh, she's run into 6. Well, that wasn't so good. Now, Larry, being in last chance saloon, I think he's going for the cut. I don't think he's thinking of much else. Oh, he didn't get the bump he would have liked, but it's good enough. He's on the 2 one way or another. But it's one of these again. You've got to get that line. This could go to the right hand rail here, this 2 ball. He's picked a line nice enough. But what about the 3 ball? There wasn't an awful lot he could do with the cue ball. Now, the 3 does go. I mean, if you're right behind it like that, it will get off the jaw. And Larry's sighting it up. Make or break this shot. Yeah, see how that ball comes into play. Well, it's not finished with anything simple for LS3, because this is just as tough. Connecting with the 3 ball where you're not leaving anything and any options on for Larry. She might be winding up for the thin cut here because it's off the rail. Hampered over the 9 slightly, but might well be lining up for the thin cut. Yeah, that's what she's tried, but caught it from behind. And again, Larry's looking for something on a plate here. They ain't getting it. He's going to have to manufacture the combo. And again, no guarantee that the 3 ball's going to stay handy, depending on how it connects with this 5. If he cuts it in the inside, which is really what he needs to do. Yeah, well, it stayed in play, and he's off the rail. So now it's all about the touch, because he can cut the 3, and it's about the line off this 3 to come down on this side of the 4. Well, now I'm not sure what he tried. Was he trying to finish this side, or was he trying to finish there? And he's neither here nor there. He's in bedhead territory. And the pace he's got to cut this at, he's got to watch the cue ball, because this cue ball could come back up top and he won't have a shot in the 6 other than the bank. Now, is he playing the cut? He's overdone it. Again, he's overdone it in the right way, though. He's overcut it to the long rail and it's gone safe onto the top rail. In fact, he's actually almost got the hook. I mean, you can bend it round this, no problem, to hit the 4, but again, absolutely no clue what the end result will be here. What a shot.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Going to have to be the thin cut in the 6 though, but that is a cracking jump. LS3 not about to give in. She's running to the finishing line. And plays the bank instead. Cue ball bumps the 8, staring down the 7. And it's all over for Larry this week. Well, Can LS3 go all the way? I haven't seen the result come through from that Spectre Dawn Mr. Fox match yet. I didn't see that on the screen. So well done to LS3. Larry, well, he won it last week. He went deep into it this week, but he's going to have to come back next week for another go. No, I haven't seen the result. Let's dive into this match if we can get in quick enough. Now, I'm confused here. I know we're 6-all. Well, he was 6-4 up on the hill. We're 6 apiece, final rack decider in this one as well. Well, I thought oh, look at this. And he'll have to go for the bank in a 4. I think he will. No, he's trying to duck behind the 9. Hasn't got it really tight enough though. But it's, I think this is way too close to jump. He's got to kick it. I'll have a quick drink. Well, is he lining up for the jump stick? He's having a go, but that's always the problem. I think we saw that in one of the 9-ball World Championship matches, somebody trying to jump a ball, but the ball was so close that it was odds on that the cue ball would get the jump, but it would jump over the ball you're trying to hit. So I think Spectre Dawn is going to have to do it the hard way this week, because Mr. Fox from 6-4 down is odds on certainty to get to the final. And we're only at 9:40, so we're 2 hours and 40 minutes into the tournament. We're moving along at a rapid pace. So Mr. Fox is the first finalist, and Spectre Dawn marches across to try and deal with LS3. So it's either going to be the revenge match for Spectre Dawn, or LS3 is going to go all the way. We're about to find out, because we've only got the 2 matches left this week, and the room is up. And we'll get ourselves in. Spectre Dawn's already in. He's raring to go. Well, good evening to Michael. You've just arrived at the nice time. We've got the semi-final match about to take place on the one-loss side to see who is going to play Mr. Fox in tonight's final. Just waiting on LS3 arriving, then we'll be back in a sec.
Welcome to VP4TV, a tactical genius production. Here is a list of upcoming matches in the 2023 Virtual 9-Ball World Championships. I try to stream what I think will be the best matches to watch and offer a good standard of play. Please subscribe to my YouTube and Twitch channels so you can join in the stream chat.
So we're still waiting on LS3 arriving. She's probably gone to powder her nose or get a coffee, or one of the two. But of course, a reminder that she has 5 minutes to get in, and she's on the right hand side of the table for the lag. Remember, of course, race to 4 now. Spectre Dawn is getting the last 2. Again, I don't think that matters. But he's won the lag, which does matter, and he's got first break. And a ball. Well, that cue ball just travelled on. I mean, it wouldn't do any harm bumping the 9 here. He's going to probably hit the 9 because he's stuck to the rail. And he's got the pot, he's got the bump in the 9, he's sitting on the 2. And he can leave himself a long 3, which I think is what he'll do. I don't think he'll be too ambitious with this. He just wants to be able to see the 3. Well, he's got into the cue ball, and that is not where you want to be. And so many times he gets himself like this and then digs out the shot, but you know what I always say, I mean, you can only go to the well so many times, you're eventually going to run out of these shots. And if that was the attempted pot, he was way off the map. But it was so difficult. I mean, that was, you're never ever going to, you're either going to nail that or you're going to do that and, miss it by quite a margin. Now, if that just skims past there, well, it's not done any harm. Little brush in the 8 ball. Nice angle in the 5 to get around it out for the 6. If you want to, because there's all the room in the world to do it. So, the positional error by Spectre Dawn, it looks very likely it's going to cost him the first rack. On his break, remember. Steve's been talking in the stream. We've been talking about, how a number of players have improved, but certainly in, I remember watching LS3 in one of the World Championships. I can't remember what, I know it was a 9-ball one. I don't think it was called a World Championship or whatever, but, there were times where she would just lash out at a shot, but those days seem to have gone. I think the thought process is kicking in and doing a lot more right things and wrong things now. And she's getting the results because of it. It's still a tough battle against these level of players like Spectre Dawn and Larry, Cobra and Slim and all of them guys. But she's given a good account of herself. And of course, there's still room for improvement. And she does play fairly regularly in the tourneys that are on. So she gets a reasonable amount of table time and making use of it. Well, the only thing that cue ball didn't do there was scratch. Spectre Dawn has a shot. Quick look up the table. The obvious problem here is the 3 ball, but he's just dropped down onto it. And now he can just draw straight back out. Should be able to. Well, he hasn't. He's clipped to 4. Well, maybe if he took a wee bit more time and working that out, he wouldn't have finished there. There wasn't a lot of room to manoeuvre, but I think he might have been able to get out of there clean. It was tight, Now, quick look around to see where the other problem is. It's definitely the 6 ball, because that ain't going. So the bank is on. Cue ball got up table for the 5 into the same pocket, but it's got an awful lot of weight on it. Well, we'll give him the cut in the 5, but it's going to be good to get a hit in that 6 and 9. Well, he's got the hit in the 6 and opened it up, but he's left the 5 in the table, so LS3 has everything there. Not necessarily on a plate. I mean, this 5 ball still got to go in, but you think if the 5 ball goes in, it's rack over. Now, that talking about the 9 ball World Championships, that well, I'll go back to it in a minute. I'll go back to it once this match is over. I don't want to be bringing that up on the screen while this is on, but I'll be able to do it before the final starts. Well, now the awning started big time. Now this cue ball's going to hit something, and it's not a bad hit in the 9. The only thing now is do you want to run all the way forward down towards us and back up, or do you want to jack up and come back? Well, the fact that you're nearer the 8 ball where you are, you play the little stun across, the angle's good enough, but the cue ball isn't. Cue ball stuck to the rail. This just narrows down your options and how much control you can get over the cue ball, so it's just about rolling it in dead. Now everything's fine. So 2-0. Oh, it's dry. Now that 1 and 6 aren't dead set, but where Spectre Don's got the cue ball, he's got a fair chance of nudging this in. He can easily make it. Well, it's gone straight to the rail. Maybe it was too close to alter that angle. That might have been a problem there. But this is not an easy table to run out. Look at where the 5 ball's sitting. The 2 ball's not exactly easy to get on either, especially off this one. There is room on the short rail at the top. There's room in the gap. Now that kiss off the 5 ball may well have not done any harm to LS3, or it might have. And it has done. She hasn't quite got there. But what it has done though is opened up this end of the table. So now LS3 has to get the kick, a bit like that.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
So she's going to have to dig something else out here. Very thin cut in the 3. Cue ball running all over the place again. Oh, what a fluke in the 4. Oh, it's all happening.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
It is all happening. That's just a little bit of running you need. How about that? Well, you'd think after that she's destined to get through here. But it ain't over yet. But that's the little roll of the ball that you need at a critical time. Because this table was ripe and ready for the running out there. Had LS3 not got lucky. Now this one is going to need the right control to get over this left side. Oh no, she's taking her eye right off it. And again, can be thankful she's not left anything as a gimme here for Spectre Dawn. I mean, this 6 banks every day of the week, and he'll be on the 7th. And that's, well, it was never in doubt. So in the blink of an eye, when she was looking like 3-0, suddenly it's turned in one shot there, which could even be her last shot. You never know. Spectre Dawn does see sort of things. Two ball going in, but not getting the joy on the follow-up. Let's have a quick look around at that. Now, as he trying to convince himself that one ball will get past the 3, well, when you look at it there, it'll get him off the jaw. But look at where look at how much of the one ball he's got. He's playing the push out. I think that's why he was looking to see whether there was enough room for that one ball to go. Now, in theory, again from this angle, it will go, but it's so difficult. You know, there's a cigarette paper's amount of room to get past that 3 ball into the bottom side of the pocket for that one ball to go in. And of course, LS3 doesn't have to play this, but you know, it's something you don't want to push back either. Now she's went for it, but it was always going to catch a chunk of that 3 ball if you don't get it absolutely perfect. And Spectre Dawn's choice of the push out has worked in his favour. LS3 took the bait. And, well, you would think he's got to get up top, take that 5 into the same pocket as the 4 and drop down in the 6-9 combo. That's the plan. And he's got all the room in the world to do that. He should be plumb pretty much on this 6-9. Well, that's as good as you could expect. And I don't expect her to mess this up. This is too easy. And suddenly we're all square. So, less than probably, 2 minutes ago, LS3 was staring down 3-0 on the hill. Spectre Dawn's got it back all square, and he's now got half a dozen balls in the break and a 1-9 combo to take the lead. That's how quickly it turns. Well, it's not easy, but I don't think he can refuse having a go at this, considering the lay of the table. He's got to give it a go. Not to say that he doesn't have a safety. Now, when you can get that little roll, he's returned the favour to LS3, so I think the luck's sort of pretty much evened out on that shot. Well, it all hinges on this one shot, this rack. The one ball goes in. Really, you would think the only thing he could do is hook himself behind the 5. But if he bumps the 5, and he hasn't, I think he might still be okay, and he's fine. slightly the wrong side of the 4, but you know, there's so much room. You know, you would think it could be ended up really bad not to have anything half decent in the 5. Now, this angle in the 5, is this going to run through and fall short? He's trying to leave it short, and that is way, way short. I mean, that is bedhead every day of the week, this shot. Anything but on top of the 9, and I think he's going to get a little kiss here. This is going to land nice. In fact, tell a lie, he didn't need that. He only needed, it's the last 2. I forgot about that. I wasn't even looking at the handicap again. It's that time of night, folks. Well, let me have a look at the little bottom of the chat here. We've lost 4 viewers. We're down to 12. They're all going to bed, or they're bored listening to me, one of the 2. Or their favourite players out of the tournament and have had enough. Well, 1 ball hanging, and Spectre Dawn has a table. Again, he's going to have to deal with a problem, and Stubbs in the room. All will FCK. So, 6 ball goes, that's not the problem. 7 balls not going into either pocket. So something's going to have to get bumped here one way or another. If you're on the short side, 6 ball goes in that way. If you get rid of the 4, then your problems are solved there. But there's work to do here to get out. And again, it wouldn't do wrong to duck for cover here if you can't get good on any of these balls up top of the table. And he's hooked himself. I think he's gone too far. Yep. And now LS3 has to hope that she has a shot. And she will do, because that's going nowhere but down the rail. And what's more, with the 4 ball being kicked, then you've got the 6 and 7 open. 5 ball probably into the right side. And travelling TT's taking care of Stubb. Well, I'm attempting fate by saying we're going all the way. I don't think so. So Mr. Fox waiting in the final. Who's going to get there? Is it the revenge match for Spectre Dawn? Or is LS3 going to go all the way tonight and take care of all the troublemakers in her way? Well, that certainly popped. And the 7 ball went into the side. We've got a 1-9 ball, probably about as plumb as you can get it. Let's have a look at this. Well, it isn't quite. But again, LS3 cannot refuse having a go at this. It's got to be a nice pace. You've got to just trust your instincts here with how much of this 1 ball you're sending. Now that, to me, looks... That might be going too far left too soon. Yep, I didn't like the line of that 1 ball. It was too much cut. But again, where it's finished might not be that bad. I mean, this will reverse bank the 1 ball, but you're colliding with the 6 doing that. Just try to, again, run for cover. How does that look? I think that's not bad. It's not bad, but there is a tiny edge of the one showing. Now you've got to avoid the double kiss and get away, and it should do that. And that'll do it. And now Spectre Dawn's the man in trouble. On a knife edge this rack, because again you would think that whoever gets a 1 ball and can see that 2 ball, they'll be favourite for the match. Now that is not a bad result. The kick on the 1 and the cue ball almost stuck to the 6. And that might be the telling safety here from Spectre Dawn. Not a problem to hit the 1. But where it goes, nobody knows. Is it going to get off the 8? Not quite. Well, there's traffic to avoid here, and the 6 ball blocks the 2 up into the top corner pocket, so he's really got to get out into the middle of the table. He's hit the 8. It's not finished anywhere near good in the 2. The 2 ball's beyond the 50-yard line here. It's a very thin cut, but it will go. No idea where the cue ball's finishing. And he's actually, would you believe it, he's managed to overcut it. And he dragged all the pace off it to hold that cue ball to stop it running all over the place, but maybe he's tweaked a bit of English there, because he couldn't believe he would overcut that too. So LS3 lives again. Well, that's gone to that funny spot. It's gone to that horrible place, nailed to the rail and pretty much square on the 3 ball, which is what you don't want. These are horrible, and you know, I don't think you're going to scratch the side, but the cut is just tough. And again, this cue ball has landed right over the 1. Well, if you want to know anything about tough shots, this is tough. Jacked up over that 9 ball, trying to play a cut in this 3 ball into the corner. This is horrible. And well, I'm not sure whether he played the cut or whether he did try the safety, but neither worked. And this is a very thin cut, but you just scrape the paintwork off it with pace. It's going to go in. But I think LS3 is trying to duck for cover here. And that's well played. That's a good shot. And the kick in on the 3 ball's not easy, because you've got to pick a line and avoid that 6 ball. Oh, that's a good attempt there. A good attempt. And he's going to be nailed to the 4 in a second. LS3 should have him stuck in the 4 ball here. I mean, if she's looking up the table, what's she think they're doing, running the cue ball? If you just trust your control, you can stick this cue ball behind the 4. If you're looking at the bank, I don't know whether there's enough room there for a bank. Well, it did double bank, and she's on the 4. I don't know whether that was in the plan, but it worked. Wrong side of the 4 though, so again, is there enough there that she can hold it? No, there isn't. You've got to run the cue ball, and again, avoid colliding with anything up top. Now she's digging in to try and hold this. Yeah. Well, I was all for running up and down the table, but the problem was avoiding hitting something up top. But she made the shot a lot more difficult, digging in, trying to hold it for the cut, and got the position. But it's going to cost her the match. Spectre Dawn won't be wasting this opportunity. It was an all or nothing shot there from LS3. But it's still a good, solid performance from LS3. She's done well. And of course, she's come out of the tournament with more V dollars than what she had when she went in, so it's always a success. So well done to Spectre Dawn. Yet another Friday Night 9-boy final. Having lost in last week's to Larry, he's going to come up against Mr. Fox in the race to 9 now. Hang on a minute.
Welcome to VP4TV, a tactical genius production. Here is a list of upcoming matches in the 2023 Virtual 9-Ball World Championships. I try to stream what I think will be the best matches to watch and offer a good standard of play. Please subscribe to my YouTube and Twitch channels so you can join in the stream chat.
Right, that match there, unless the schedule has been updated and there's anything different, that'll be my match tomorrow night, the one between Mr. Bill and Chimpy. The additional one is the Albinario Billy Big Rigger one lost side match. This match hasn't started yet, by the way. Spectre Dawn isn't in the room. But that will be my second match tomorrow night at 10:30, because I don't go back to work until Monday. You've got Snake Eyes and Rosine on Monday at 5 PM. I won't be bothering with that one. You've got Bankster and Semi-Pro. I will be paying attention to that on Monday at 6:30. LS3 and Nick, he's still not in the room, by the way. LS3 and Nick on Wednesday at 7 PM. And then Cobra and Spectre Dawn next Saturday. So I've got Bill and Chimpy, Albinario Billy Big Rigger. We've got Bankster and Semi-Pro, LS3 and Nick, and Cobra and Spectre Dawn. I'll be doing 5 out of those 6 matches between now and next weekend, or whenever it is. Yeah, next Saturday. In the meantime, as you can see, we have we're still waiting on Spectre Dawn arriving. And now that we're in the final, I can tell you that we have 14 viewers still here, which is not bad. Most of the people have stayed with us tonight. That's always good to see. I don't remember VP being as tactical when I first started. Moving, defence now. What? Well, to a certain extent, I think. Don't forget as well, we've had all the changes in VP4 right from the get-go. There's been loads of different changes. Pockets have been changed, cloth grip, rail grip, all of that's been changed. So everybody's been having to adapt to survive. But, maybe the players are finding a bit more on the tactical side, rather than going it. See, the thing is, you can't go hell for leather like you could in BP3. Mr. Fox on the right hand side, I think's won the lag. You can't, this is why Stubbs still set in his own ways, and that's, I could agree that, players are learning that they have to use the backup of the tactical side of things, but Stubb hasn't worked that out, but on the most part, and that's why he's still, battling to survive in the tournament like he has in all the other ones. And Stubb's a perfect example of where he's not paying any attention. He still wants to play the game the same way he played it in VP3, and you can't get away with that. You know, the game does call for better positional play, and also better tactical play, because the tables are not as forgiving and as easy physics as what they were in VP3. But I think you can only get beat up so many times before you eventually start working out why these things are happening, because you're not bringing an all-round game. You know what I talk about, the one-dimensional players that see a ball and want to pot it and don't worry about what they're doing the rest of the time. But the contenders in these big tourneys are all applying themselves most of the time. You know, they're bringing a tactical side and a potting ability and controlling the cue ball ability. It's the same familiar faces that end up deep in these tournaments for one reason. They're doing more of the things right than they are doing wrong, and all the other guys eventually fall by the wayside in these championships. And it's time they learned, you know, that they have to think more. It's the same repetitive thing over and over and over that I talk about. So this final, race to 9, and no handicaps. The kick in by Mr. Fox, and he should be off and running. Well, Albinario's entered the building. Coming on for a wee bit of practice, I think. Well, you know, before that match with Bedhead, I just, for the sake of being different, I went for Bedhead because he was due a win, and that was the only theory that I applied to my choice. I think I called it 19. What did I call it again? Was it 1915 or 40? I can't remember. But I just thought he was overdue a win against Albinario. He's been on the wrong side often enough. It's just a question now whether he can sustain it and go all the way, because he's well capable of it. Meanwhile, Spectre Dawn looking to duck for cover here. He's got it soft enough. Has he got the running in the cue ball? I think he has, and that will do. Well, they're two of the strongest players in the game, and that's why they end up getting to the business end of these tournaments more often than not, especially over the distance. Well, Mr. Fox must have put a bit of spin on that cue ball because he's missed the hit completely in the one. And I think this will be 1-1 because I'm pretty certain the 4 ball goes clean, no problem. And it does. Well, the problem is the 5 ball. But he can drop, provided he gets the angle, he can drop on the top side of the 5. And he might be a bit straight here. Yeah, he's trying to stun across as best he can. And again, you see how just finishing that little bit straight makes it more difficult to get good in the 5. And it's now a roll into the side and he's playing the 6-ball longer. Again, because you can mostly get away with it in VP4. This is straight as well. Yeah, just managed to tweak a little bit of an angle there, sending it slightly offline into the pocket. So we're 3 hours and almost 20 minutes into the tournament, and it's certainly finishing a bit quicker than most. Well, it might not. It depends how the racks go. I mean, if we go all the way, we'll be here to 11 o'clock. Another 40 minutes. But one apiece. Well, that looks pretty dry. Dry, but safe, I think. But once again, it's one of these tables where, although, you know, Mr. Fox is possibly contemplating a push out, he's dug out the jump stick. But if this one ball doesn't go into a pocket somewhere and Spectre Dawn can see it, the table is so good that he's going to be out. Wow, that's an excellent shot.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
One of the shots of the night, that one. A jump over 2 balls, more or less, the one onto the 4. And the 4 straight in. And Mr. Fox running for cover. And I think he's left the gap, though. And the gap's there to hit the one, but he ain't potting this unless he gives it a blast. It's quite close to the rail. No, he's just trying to send it to the long rail next to the 5, or the 3, I should say. But he should be in trouble in a second if Mr. Fox gets his touch right here. I mean, he could go all out and try and cut this in. He's had a look at it. And has to find the gap to get on the 2. Well, he sent it to the rail too soon. And he's not, I think, getting away with it this time. Yeah, that's a good question. I can't remember the last big tournament he was in, but yes, he's disappeared. I haven't seen him for a long while. And I haven't seen Romario for what must be well over 2 years now, so we don't know what's happened to Romario. I don't think anybody had any contact with him. I don't think he was ever on Facebook, so you never know what's happened to people. But Romario was around VP as long as I can remember, and he's disappeared. He could be anywhere, but you know, it's just it's frustrating not knowing what's happened to somebody. Because Romario would always play in these tournaments. He would have always. I can't remember the last time he played in a Friday Night 9 ball. It's been a long, long time ago. So Spectre Dawn with the lead. Looks as if he's dry again. 5 balls thinking about it. 5 balls gone in. Cutting the 1. guaranteed pretty much if he avoids a 9 to be on the 2. Oh, but he's not got the pot. So Mr. Fox can quickly restore parity here. Table wide open. Yeah. When Romario was on, he used to play Albi on a fairly regular basis. I think they used to play. What was it? They used to play. I think they sometimes played 1 and 3 cushion. But Romario would play in. He would play in Sunday snooker. He would play in a lot of different types of games. He wasn't just a one-trick pony. Oh, that wiped its feet. And where's this cue ball finishing? Well, the only point in the table that was useless is right there. That is no good to man their beast where that's sitting. Well, he's looking for the bank. A good effort. And Spectre Dawn's going to follow it up with another go at the bank, I think. Because he knows he's bound to have a shot in the 7. And, well, I was about to say Mr. Fox has got another go here, but he hasn't. He's going to have to skim the 6 and just enough weight and maybe a bit of spin to avoid getting anywhere near the corner pocket. He's well away from it. He's avoided the side pocket and he may well get out of jail. Now, I think he's got to check this up with a lot of right or a fair bit of right if he wants to take the 8 into the opposite corner. Because when he makes the cut, he has to bump the rail and avoid the 9. And he's got it. And we will be all square. So there's every possibility this tourney could still be 4 hours tonight. I mean, we're only 4 racks into it, and if it goes all the way, we may well not nudge the 4 hours. But if either of them get their break working, then it could be rapid fire. Well, the ball spread decent enough, but I don't think again anything's went in. Yeah, it's dry. The cut's on in the 1. 3 ball goes past the 8 ball. So straight away, the only other sort of hazard or problem, provide this 1 ball cuts in, well, he's not made it. The only other thing is the 5 ball might be fairly tight to this bottom rail here, or the top rail, and it's off the rail. Well, Fox can see the 1. Is he going for the bank? He's went for these most of the night. We've seen him. Not quite this time. So we know the 3 goes and everything else is there. The 5 ball's off the top rail, and if Spectrodon gets good on this too, is all over. He's going to go in the lead. Well, probably the same again here. Cut the tune across the table, but he's got to then be careful of the 9 ball. And he's well short of that. Now, once he's looked at the potting angle here, does he want to come around the angle? If he comes around too sharp, 2 rails, he could bump into the 6. If he checks it up like that, it takes all of that out of the equation. So loads of right English there to hit that bottom rail and then just square the cue ball straight up and stop it leaking away. And he's perfect in the 4. And he's going to be pretty good on the 5. Weight is good. Little bump and a little angle. And everything's rosy to get up onto this 6 ball. Well, again, he's completely taken his eye off the ball. He's not only missed the 5, he ended up ugly the 6 as well. And Spectre Dawn showing signs of wear and tear here. And Mr. Fox has to capitalise on that. It's a case of making hay while the sun shines. If you can get this run out and get a break and a shot in the next one, he can get himself a bit of spare to carry him on to try and take this out. Well, you've got to remember also, I mean, these guys haven't got to the final. They've been at it for 3.5 hours. And for a chunk of that, they've been, Spectre Dawn and Mr. Fox have had occasions where they're doing nothing. And they're sitting for 15, 20 minutes waiting in a match. And it is hard to keep your concentration. You can go cold. And then if you're like me, and you're knackered and your brain's telling you to get to bed, it's so difficult because you just lose focus. It's a long haul to stay all the way in these tournaments in the Friday. Because it's very often a full field, not all the time, but then at least it's going to be, between 3.5 hours and 4 hours you're going to have to stay there. That's a good shot. I mean, it's not a difficult kick, and the 8 ball isn't in line to go anywhere. And then, of course, when you start throwing in a bit of the tactical side of things, looking for safeties, that's where you have to keep your wits about you more often than not. Because it's so easy just to catch a ball the wrong way and then you sell out. That was a nice little touch. And that's a good shot. I mean, the line is past the left side of the 8 ball. I mean, you can get to this one. I don't know what he's doing here. Yeah, I mean, you can get to the one. You might even kick it in, but you can get it to the left of the 8 ball to hit the one. Why is he looking up there? You can get it from the short end as well, like that. Now that is not a bad effort. I mean, a little bit more there, he might have been in behind the 8 ball. I was wondering why he wasn't looking up the other end, but he was looking from the short end first. Yeah, so we've got a nice little bit of the tactical stuff going on here. And again, this is one of these jumps where it's very likely the cue ball can squirt over the one. It's so close. Well, you look at the finalists in the World Snooker Championship. Once it's finished, they are mentally drained. I mean, they look as if they've run a marathon because they've had solid concentration since day one for 17 days, and all the frames they're playing. And now, of course, the World Snooker Championships, you've still got half the amount of frames to play for the whole tournament in the semi-final and the final. You know, that's where it's really draining. But you look at Ronnie O'Sullivan winning world titles, and he doesn't look drained. Well, just be thankful it's not like 60 or 70 years ago where they used to play the World Snooker Final over a full week. It was the best of 130 odd or something at one time. And it used to take the full week for them to play it. Well, that's a good shot. And that is not a bad hit. In fact, that 5-ball, let's have a quick close look at this. Well, it can be comboed. There's enough room. You've just got to cut that and catch the 6 with enough weight for it to get over the hole. But he's not risking it. Hang on a minute. Well, the mistake has been made. And ball in hand for Spectre Dawn to square this match up again. Oh, I wasn't quick enough. But I'll give you him.
Where's the cue ball going?
Well, it could still be a long night, folks, if 3 hours and 35 minutes isn't, or 37 minutes isn't long enough for you, because we're we're tied up again here, and we're still very strong possibility we're going to hit 4 hours. Now I heard something go down there, and now is this 1 ball passing the 4? That's the question. Well, again, that's half a pocket and not much more. It goes into the side, and he looks as if he's looking at still his options here. So it's going to be the side. 2 ball obviously is blocked. Trying to get below it, and that's a good shot. That's excellent in terms of the weight, because I don't think he could land much better than this 2, other than be out there slightly, but he's just running away, opening up the 3 ball. He's got himself hampered. Again, loads of room to get on that ball, even if he was away out past the 7. But he's played it well, not a problem. Well, we've got we've dropped down to 12, so there's still 12 faithfuls staying all the way. But Spectre Dawn has gotten himself into the lead, I think, for the first time. I'm too tired to remember, but I'm going to hedge my bets and say that's the first time he's been in the lead. I'm probably wrong. And now the brake's working. But has he got a shot? I don't think so. One ball is blocked off by the 3. Now he's got to come up with something reasonable as far as the safety goes. Is he playing the bank? Because I think the bank's on. Yeah. He's looking around, he's having second thoughts here, but I think he's, you know, it's not easy to get this safe. But if he gets the bank, you would think he's got a 2-rack lead here. Loads of room past the 2. But he's decided against it. Now, well, is that going to be the wise move, or is Mr. Fox going to come up with something that's going to put him in trouble? And there's your answer. He's not jumping that. And he's going to have to spin the cue ball to get to this one because the line's blocked by the 9. And that's why he's missed it, and it's backfired and Spectre Dawn. Mr. Fox came up with a good response, and now they're all there. Well, at this time of night, it's so easy just to, you know, half your brain wants to get to bed, the other half's trying to stay focused. It's so easy just to make a complete mistake. It's an easy table. There should be no problem. The only worry is where the 9 ball is, and I'll tell you why, because that's the ball that you're going to hook yourself behind, and then I'm talking about the mistakes. This table was done and dusted, and Mr. Fox has come up smelling the roses. He's got away with it big time. And Spectre Dawn will settle for that. I mean, that's a good result. Oh, good evening to Jose. Late to the party as usual. Oh, this is horrible. I mean, right over the 7. And he's not got the cover. Now this 3 ball will, you know, he's going to cut it back, try and get it to the short rail and duck up table. And Mr. Fox hasn't got it either. Now this is really touchy. To get this a feather edge and get down here, I mean, even if you put a bit of English on it, he's trying to get to the 6 and 7. He made a good effort at it. Now is Mr. Fox going to resort to the bank because this 3 ball is off the rail. The bank is on. At what time finish the evening? You mean when does this? Well, I'm predicting we're going to be 4 hours before this is finished. It'll be midnight your time, Jose. Or are you still? I mean, is Spain an hour ahead of us? Are you an hour ahead of us, Jose? Because you're not far off the GMT time zone. What time is it there, Jose? Is Is it 10:40 or 11:40 your time? Well, Spectrodon has got there, and he's going to have daylight in a minute. Yeah, I know you say good night. What time is it, Jose? What's time in Spanish? Is that tiempo or something like that? Who's Spanish in here? Somebody asked Jose what time it is in Spain. Yeah, so you're an hour ahead of us. Yeah. Well, if you're up at this time, Jose, you might as well stay to see the finish. Well, now we need to look at the 3-ball, because 3-ball is tightish. It does go, well, he's run into it, and he's leaked away. And now again, Mr. Fox is in a situation here where if Spectrodon gets any sight of this 3-ball, he's going to be 3 racks behind. Now, it needs a very thin cut to try and cut that in. He's trying to just send it to the long rail and duck behind that 9, and I think he's not quite got that either. So it's a 3-ball game, this rack. Whoever gets it should be out. And that's not a bad reply. Right, I'm going to be back in a minute. I'm just going to turn the heating off. Right, I'm back. So it looks as if Spectrodon is pushing on to the finishing line. It's going to be a 3-rack lead. And he's looking to regain his crown that Larry stole off him last week. So rack number 10. And Mr. Fox has to hope that the balls don't keep going in here, but there is a ball in the break. There's no shot though. 4-ball has gone. Trying to spin in behind the 3 or use that 9. I don't think he had enough to get to that 3, but that'll do. Well, I'll give this bank to Spectrodon every day. This one ball. Is he thin cutting it or is he banking it? I think the bank is favoured here. Cue ball will be heading in the right direction to get somewhere on the 2. Looks as if he's thinning it. Now it looks as if he's not quite sure what he's going to do. Goes for the thin one. Has sight on the 2. Hang on a minute. That's the wrong thing. Wait a minute. That's what I'm looking for. Well, this is a nice little gap between the 7 and 8 just to come through that gap. Oh dear. Well, again, that's just signs of fatigue setting in. You know, those errors, you'd never expect him to miss that. And, you know, look where he finished on the 3 ball. Absolutely nowhere. And Mr. Fox has been handed an early lifeline here to nip a rack back here. So now the shoe's on the other foot. Can Mr. Fox back this up with a good break? Now, Mr. Fox, he said need 1 minute. Sorry, now is that 1 minute now before he breaks? I think that's what he's doing. He's taking a little interlude. So,
welcome to VP4TV, a tactical genius production. Here is a list of upcoming matches in the 2023
tomorrow
Virtual
night
9 Ball World
at 7
Championships.
PM, we've got Bill and
I try to stream
Chimpy.
what I think will be the best matches to watch and
then
offer a good
later on,
standard of play.
on the one lost
Please
side, we've got
subscribe to my
Albinario
YouTube
and
and
Billy
Twitch
Big
channels
Rigger.
so you can join in the stream chat.
So that's the matches tomorrow on VP4TV. And we'll be back as soon as Mr. Fox gets back. So we're still waiting on Mr. Fox getting back, so we're definitely going to be over the 4 hours because we're at 10:54 right now. And what looked like being a much quicker tournament is suddenly, with the amount of racks that we're playing, it's suddenly going to be over 4 hours. And we still, let me have a quick look while he's back now. We've still got 12 viewers, which is still good. And Mr. Fox, as I said, was looking for that follow-up rack. He ain't getting it. It's dry. Spectre Don obviously has a thin cut, but he's got to be really good to get back up the table and be able to get past that 4 ball. He's trying to get into the gap, and that's well played because he can get the 2, and he's wide open in the 3 on the right side, just around a couple of rails. And all of a sudden, you're thinking this rack is over and the gap is going to stretch again. Well, this is probably straight enough that he can actually pinch a little bit of this 4 ball and come up the table. No, he's fine, he just hit it straight in. So the lead goes back to 3, and of course now running out of racks here. Oh, there we are. The lifeline for Mr. Fox. He's got ball in hand. Now what can he do with it though? Well, the 1 ball will go into the side. The problem with that is he's got to come off the 1 ball. So he's got to just make sure he gets a little drawback so he can see the 2. Well, he's going to... Well, I don't know. I don't know what the problem is with putting the cue ball right there and just... He's played the combo instead. But he was never guaranteed he was going to be great in the 1, but he's pretty much got away with it. Now the cue ball needs to go and the spin's working. That's nice. And now, again, he's got a straight choice. He can dink out to try and play a 4-9 combo, but he's more likely to get across into the gap to play the 4 into this bottom right. He could have done with running a wee bit further though. May well end up using... Now if he goes to use the 9 here, this 9 ball could kill the cue ball in behind the 8. Got to be aware of that and careful here. It looks as if he's trying to come clean back off it. Well, he's bumped to 8 and that's fine. Took the 9 ball out of the equation. So that unexpected bonus there of, well, as far as Mr. Fox is concerned, of Spectre Don scratching on the break. It's given him that little glimmer, that little lifeline. And I think we're just about 2 minutes or a minute and a half short of 11 PM GMT. Plays the bank in the 9. Back to within 2. And I think that was a 9-ball into the side. 9-ball comes back up. He's got a shot in the 1. He can kill the cue ball for the 2 in the side. He can come back off the 2 for the 3 in this bottom right hand corner. He's got to go through onto the right side to cut this 4 in. I don't believe he'll want to try and get into a gap. And now he's done the first mistake. He's nailed himself to the rail. And this, of course, limits how much you can get to the cue ball and how much you can do with it. So he's gone forward, and now he's got himself just too close to the rail for comfort here. He's still got to dig into this cue ball, I think, because he wants to come. Either that or he's brushing through. So now he's looking for the gap. And that's the problem. And he's got room enough, though. He should be jumping this, no problem. So it still might go pear-shaped, but it's threatened to go pear-shaped. And now I think we can safely say it definitely has. Because that 5-ball blocked off. It's an extremely dodgy attempted cut in this bottom corner if he's going to do that, but I can't believe he'd ever do that. Or is he? He went for the bank, up and down. Excellent shot. And he's not bad on this 6-ball either. Come out behind the 8-ball onto the 7. Well, he maybe want to put a wee bit of right English in this just to check it up the left side. He hasn't quite got there. He's a bit short, I'm afraid. In fact, the more you look at that, the tougher it looks. But it will go. I mean, he's just got to be careful on what he's doing with the cue ball. And the little bit of drag was to skim it away from that corner pocket. That was well played. Perfect in the 9. Back to within 1. So now we are officially over 4 hours. We are 4 hours and 2 minutes now. And something, that might be the 4-ball, has just dropped into the side. We've also lost the 6-ball. He's sitting plumb in the 1. And everything is there. And so Mr. Fox, from trailing by 3, is right back in this. He might have found his second wind. And I am going downhill fast. I'll tell you that. I am on my last legs. I don't know about those guys, but I am desperate to get to bed. And that's why mistakes like that happen, you know. I mean, I can forgive him that because, you know, you're just trying to stay concentrated. He had that in his grasp there to square the match. And he's probably going to watch it all drift away here. That shot he played was as tired as I looked. As tired as I feel. And he's getting a second bite at it. And there is the signs of fatigue from both players. because it's late for both of them. It's the same time here where they are. They're in the UK. And, you know, they might have done a day's work. I don't know about Spectre Dawn. I'm not so convinced that he does a day's work. But, you know, so they may well have been up early as well. But anyway, we have got a match on at 7 apiece. Something went in, I think. The 2 ball has gone. He's on the 1. The 3 ball is there. And the big problem, because it is a big problem, is the 4 ball, because it's nailed to the rail behind the 9. And that doesn't look as if it's going anywhere too soon. But he's trying to roll into the gap, and that was well done. I mean, that had to be dead weight to find the gap. Now he needs to get a hit in the 9 here. He needs to get a hit in the 9, and he's just got it, just to push it out the way. That I'm showing you how old I am. That tit for tat, that just reminds me of one of the Laurel and Hardy films, one of their shots. If you've seen the Laurel and Hardy films, you'll know what tit for tat is. That's the one where the 2 of them own the hardware store, and they're old rivals in the next door store. Ollie gets accused of having an affair with his wife, Mae Bush. And all the time this is going on, and they're breaking each other's equipment and everything in each other's store. There's a guy walking in, robbing, standing Ollie all the way through the picture. It's hilarious, that one. Tit for tat. So Mr. Fox finds himself in the lead, but he comes up dry. And Spectre Dawn trying to hang in there. Because a thin cut in the 1 now. Again, this has got to be good to still see the 2. And he's coming down on the short side. Now, if it misses the 4, he would have been fine. He would have had it straight in up top. Now it's a dodgy cut down the rail. And this is not easy. You either get this flush or you send it away from the rail, and he's got it absolutely flush down the rail. That was perfect. And look at where he's landed. Again, spot on the money on the 3 ball. And we could be going all the way. And that's what happens when you get to a final and you end up playing 17 racks. It ends up being like 10 past 11 at night. Well, he's looking to come across, missing the 8 ball. Oh, he's going the fancy way, and that's perfect. That was excellent.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
1, 2, 3, 4 rails, and absolutely stone dead plumb on that 5 ball. That was well done. Well, he's not quite so great on the 6. I mean, it's fine, he can pot it. But it's just the worry that the fatigue's setting in, and it's just picking these angles, and he's got it clean. Gone a bit straight in the 7, but again, no problem, because it's just come back a few inches, or just kill it stone dead and roll the 8 in. Keep it simple. That's the order of the day. Well, here we are. We've got a final rack decider, and Spectre Dawn breaking, and thanks everybody for watching, because it's going to be a short and sweet good night as soon as we're done. So we still have, we've still got the 12 faithful there. So thanks all for your company. And I hope you can join me tomorrow, because I've got those 2 matches tomorrow night in the VP4 2023 9-Ball World Championships. They should be worth watching. And meanwhile, Spectre Dawn deciding to push. Now, where's he going to push where Mr. Fox hasn't got a billiard on that 1-4? And I think he's walked straight into his own trap there. Maybe not. Now that I look at it, I don't. It might be on. If he can get enough of the 1, he might be able to billiard that 4 in. It looks a bit touch and go. The more you look at it, the more I'm not so convinced. But if it, yeah, I don't think it is. He's pushed it back. So Spectre Dawn's going to have to come up with a solution. Yeah, it was never on. I thought there was a strong likelihood that the billiard might have been on there, and he sort of got away with it. Ended up getting put back in. But Mr. Fox has come up with a good one. And that's good, because it's so hard to get to it. I mean, there might be a line to the left of that 7-ball that way. I don't know whether you need to put right English on it though to check it so that it straightens off the rail and alters the line, because I don't think the line is there. But you might be able to create it off that long rail on the right. I mean, he's looking at just trying to tie something up. So I think in the end he was devoid of ideas as to what to do there, and so he's given up the table. He's given Mr. Fox his chance to win the tournament, because everything goes. There's not anything locked up. He's got to get out into the table, and he's found the gap for that. And quick look at this 3-ball. It goes up past the 9, no problem. So he's playing for that, and he'll just stun this 3 in and stop the cue ball. He'll just kill the cue ball right there for the 4. And well, again, it was a tired, deliberate foul there by Spectre Dawn, because he was trying to lock something up, and he never got there. And he's gifted Mr. Fox this week's Friday night tournament, unless Mr. Fox comes up with something crazy. So it's been a long haul tonight, folks. 4 hours and 12 minutes, and well done to Mr. Fox. A 9-8 victory over Spectre Dawn, and he wins this week's Friday night 9-ball. And I am going to bid you good night, chaps, ladies and gents. Once again, thanks for your company. Take care, stay safe, and good night to you all. And we'll see you, some of you, tomorrow night for the 2 matches that we've got on. So see you later, folks.
Good night, ladies. You're way off. I say you're way off this time, son.
What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool.